Witch's Magic, Book 4 in the Vampires and Wine series, written by Morgana Best, narrated by Amy Soakes. Chapter 1. I loved the roar of the waves crashing on the beach at Lighthouse Bay. It was a comforting sound, but now, as I walked along the beach, sinking my toes into the wet sand, I was anything but comforted. After all, in the short time I had been in Lighthouse Bay, I had escaped death on more than one occasion. I looked up at the rapidly gathering clouds and decided I should head back to Mugwort Manor. I had heard one too many stories about lightning striking people on the beach before the storm had even arrived. Perhaps others had the same thought, because the beach was rather deserted, unusual for this time of day. A young couple jogged with an overly enthusiastic blue cattle dog, and a woman with a miniature poodle snatched it up out of their path. My regular walks along the beach helped me process everything that had happened to me recently. My aunts had summoned me from the rapid pace of the city to the quieter life at Lighthouse Bay. Quieter if you don't count the homicide factor. They wanted me to manage their bed and breakfast establishment, an establishment that didn't serve breakfast, the irony of which was lost on the aunts. My aunts had told me I was a vampire, much to my shock, and had told me that vampires were not the blood-sucking creatures of myth, legend, and Hollywood. Still, that hadn't helped me sink my teeth into the matter. No pun intended. They had neglected to tell me what had happened to my parents, who had gone missing 5 years earlier. My aunts insisted they didn't know, but I didn't believe them. Call it a vibe. And speaking of vibes, my right eye was twitching, a warning sign. I wondered if it was a warning of lightning and cast a worried glance over my shoulder. Sure enough, the sky that had been blue and sparkling only minutes earlier was now black and threatening. I picked up speed, rounded the corner, and nearly fell over my cat. "Hecate!" I exclaimed. "What are you doing here?" The cat, of course, did not respond, but sat and regarded me with wide yellow eyes. I stroked her back for a while, until she lost interest in my attentions. She then hissed and ran back in the direction of the manor. Now I was convinced that something was afoot, and it was probably more than thunder. Had there been earthquakes in these parts? I had read that animals reacted strangely just before an earthquake hit. As I walked past Lucas O'Callaghan's cottage, I looked for any sign of occupation, despite the fact I knew he was at his winery, the winery that made Witch's Brew. Witch's Brew tasted like wine to a normal person, but actually was a potent brew with just the right amount of specific nutrients that vampires needed. I was surprised that Barnabas butler was not at his usual post, in a chair with his easel just outside the gate to the jungle-themed cottage. A new guest, Barnabas butler was a watercolourist, the starving artist in the garret type. When I had asked him where he sold his paintings, he had given me a lengthy and boring lecture about money being the enemy of art. I would have been worried if he hadn't paid for his accommodation in advance. My skin was prickling, although I put that down to the electricity in the air. I heard the first crack of thunder in the distance. Thunderstorms always carried a feeling of anticipation, although I wasn't entirely convinced that the weather was responsible for the way I felt. I usually enjoyed the scent of the breeze preceding a thunderstorm and the fragrance of the plants which seemed to be amplified at those times. Aunt Dorothy was at the back of the manor, tending to the kale in her vegetable garden. She looked up when she saw me and waved a gloved hand. I was about to return her greeting when Hecate hissed and sprinted around the side of the house. "Follow that cat, Valkyrie," Aunt Dorothy said. "Something's wrong, you mark my words." I shrugged and did as she asked. I had given up asking the aunts to call me Pepper. They always insisted on using my legal name, Valkyrie. The black cat certainly was acting strangely. Her fur was standing on end, and she was prowling as if stalking something. There were no birds or mice in front of her, at least not that I could see. I walked around the side of the manor, stubbing my big toe on one of the flagstones and cursing loudly as I fell headfirst into the wall. I disentangled myself from the jasmine vines and looked down to see the edge of one of my toenails had broken off. Beach sandals were no match for this pathway. The crows overhead were noisier than usual, and the butcher birds were making a loud commotion. I rounded the corner and watched as Hecate approached what looked to be a large bag of rubbish that someone had dumped on the porch. Only a few more steps, and I gasped. Chapter 2. It was the body of a man. I edged forward gingerly, my breath caught in my throat. He had been stabbed, a knife protruding from his chest. I stood, frozen to the spot. Who would murder someone in broad daylight? I gathered my wits and ran over to him, trying to avert my eyes from the knife. To my shock, he was still alive. I whipped my phone from my pocket and called 000 emergency. "Ambulance," I said to the female voice. "And police, hurry! There's a man outside my home and he's been stabbed. The knife is still in him. Hurry!" I said again. The voice calmly asked for the address, which I supplied. "Help is on its way," I said to the man, although looking at him I realized that help would come too late. He was trying to speak. I crouched down and put my ear close to his mouth, forgetting for a moment that the voice on the phone was still speaking. "Beware of Lucas." Was that what he said? Or was it, "Beware of Lucas's"? I couldn't make out the words. I leant a little closer and asked, "What did you say?" Too late. He was gone. It was only then that I noticed the note impaled by the knife in his chest that read, "Agnes, you're next." The voice on the phone asked me if I was all right, and I was about to answer. I didn't get the chance. I dropped my phone in fright when a scream pierced the air behind me. I spun around to see Bella Barker, her hands pressed to her cheeks. I rarely saw Bella, the aunt's cleaning lady. She was a hard worker and kept to herself. I hurried over to comfort her, but the aunts emerged from the front door of the manor, right behind Bella. Bella hurried over to the body. "Is he dead?" She felt for a pulse, which I thought showed great presence of mind in the situation. She looked up at me. "No pulse." Her hands flew back to her cheeks. Aunt Agnes was as white as a sheet and was trembling violently. "A stranger is dead right on our doorstep," she said loudly. "Whoever could he be?" Aunt Dorothy pushed past her. "Why, it's Collier Carden," she said. "Don't you know your own ex-boyfriend, Agnes?" "Hush, Dorothy," Aunt Agnes snapped. "Of course it's not him." "It's him! It's him!" Aunt Dorothy said. "You know how bad your eyesight is, Dorothy," Maud said firmly. "It doesn't look anything like Collier. Besides, Agnes hasn't seen him in years." The aunts turned around in unison and looked at Bella, who had receded into the background. "Bella, take the rest of the day off," Aunt Agnes called out to her. Bella once more removed her hands from her cheeks. "Sorry, what did you say?" She cupped her hand behind her right ear. Agnes repeated her words more loudly this time. But, won't I need to speak to the police?" Bella stammered. "We can't worry the police about this," Aunt Agnes all but yelled. "It will be bad for business. You understand, don't you, Bella?" Bella was quick to agree. "Yes, of course, whatever you say." I was surprised that Bella agreed, but I expected she thought there would be a big fat bonus in it for her. "I've already called the police," I told them. The aunts were visibly distressed by my words. Aunt Agnes rubbed her forehead. "Shouldn't you have consulted us first, Valkyrie?" I crossed my arms over my chest. I didn't want to say too much, given that Bella Barker was there. No doubt the aunts had their own reasons to keep this murder from the police. As the sound of sirens grew ever closer, Agnes turned to Bella once more and spoke loudly and clearly. "Go to the kitchen and make yourself a nice cup of tea and wait there for the police. After they speak to you, take the rest of the day off." Bella scurried away. "I take it he was a vampire?" I asked the aunts. They all nodded. "Lucas should have handled this, not the police," Aunt Agnes said. "Collier was a vampire. This is a matter for a cleaner." I sighed, as I usually did when reminded that Lucas was a cleaner, one of the most dangerous vampires. Cleaners were responsible for keeping the fact that vampires and shifters existed from the general public. They cleaned up after any murder that was perpetrated by vampires or shifters. I pointed to the knife protruding from the man's chest. "I thought vampires bit people, not stabbed them." The aunts exchanged glances. "You've been watching too much TV," Aunt Agnes said dismissively. "Valkyrie, you mustn't tell the police that he was an old boyfriend of mine." "Surely they'll find out," I protested. Aunt Agnes shook her head. "We haven't dated in centuries. The police will never know." "Bella will tell them," I said. Aunt Agnes was still shaking her head. "She's as deaf as a post without her hearing aids, and she's waiting for new ones. She wouldn't have heard us talk about it. Honestly, I don't know why the two of you had to mention it." She addressed those words to Dorothy and Maud. Maud put her hands on her hips. "Why do you always say the two of you? It was Dorothy. I was doing a good job of covering up. Dorothy was the one who opened her big mouth, not me. Every time Dorothy does something, you always say the two of you, but it's always just Dorothy." Aunt Agnes rolled her eyes. "Don't you think we have more important things to worry about right now, Maud?" Aunt Maud shrugged and leant over the body. "Should we leave that note pinned to him?" Dorothy and Agnes went over to stand next to Maud. "No, because it connects me to the murder," Agnes said, shaking her finger at Aunt Maud. "The fact that he's on your porch kind of connects you to the murder anyway," I pointed out. Agnes ignored me and reached for the note, but I yelled, "Stop! Forensics might find evidence of the note and find out it's been removed. That will cast suspicion on you, nothing surer." The aunts exchanged glances. "I suppose you're right," Aunt Agnes said reluctantly. "If only this was like the good old days, before the police knew anything about DNA." The other aunts murmured their agreement. The sirens grew louder as a large silver Ford, followed by an ambulance, appeared around the trees, and both rapidly came to a halt. Detective Mason and Detective Oakes jumped out of the car. Chapter 3. I hadn't seen Detectives Mason and Oakes since the murder before last. They had swiftly banished us to the living room while they attended to the body. We were all sipping witch's brew. A crack of thunder startled me, causing my wine goblet to tilt precariously. The sky darkened, the remaining shards of sunlight filtering through the window, revealing millions of particles of dust. Clearly, Bella hadn't done this room today. Still, it was a pretty sight as the light caught the crystals hanging from one of the lustreware vases and reflected rainbow patterns on the opposite wall. I put the goblet down and leant back in the seat, clutching a hideous, faded tapestry cushion to me. Had I done the wrong thing in calling the police? The aunts sure seemed to think so. In fact, Aunt Agnes was on the phone to Lucas right at that minute, speaking in hushed tones. "He's leaving the winery soon," she said to us after she hung up. "Why are you so sure it's something Lucas should have handled?" I asked them. "Well, Collier was a vampire, of course," Aunt Agnes said, but I didn't miss the look that passed between the other two aunts. "But I know that cleaners don't have to cover up all vampire or shifter murders," I said. "Only those murders actually done by shifters or vampires." "Are you overlooking the note?" Aunt Agnes asked me. I bit my lip. She was right, of course. There was surely no mundane reason for someone to murder a vampire and threaten Aunt Agnes. "So you haven't seen this guy for years?" I asked her. Aunt Agnes's eyes shifted from side to side, which I knew by now was a sure sign that she was lying. "We dated hundreds and hundreds of years ago," she said. "I've dated many men over the centuries, so he was nothing out of the ordinary." That didn't exactly answer my question. but I knew better than to press her on it.
"We're going to have to tell Valkyrie,"
Aunt Dorothy said with a sigh. She stood up and retrieved her knitting from a large mahogany chiffonier, almost knocking over an unwieldy and oversized ruby glass epergne in the process. I sat on the edge of my seat. "Tell me what?"
"Dorothy,"
Agnes snapped.
"Collier was murdered, Agnes,"
Dorothy said, her tone one of irritation.
"and the note said you were next. It's quite obvious what this is all about. You're going to have to tell her sooner or later." "Now that you've opened your big mouth, I'll have to, I suppose,"
Aunt Agnes said through clenched teeth. "Would someone please tell me what's going on?" I drained the rest of my witch's brew in one gulp, realizing that I was about to get one more big surprise, and just when I thought things couldn't get any weirder. Aunt Agnes sighed loudly and did 5 rows of knitting before Dorothy prompted her. Agnes slammed her knitting down and looked up at me.
"There's a council, a powerful vampire council. I'm part of it."
That didn't tell me much. "Care to elaborate?" I asked her. Maud frowned. "Your Aunt Agnes is part of a powerful vampire council. Dorothy and I know about it, of course. However, we're not on the council." I was intrigued. "What does this council do? Is it like the ruling body? I mean, do you run the vampire world or something?" It was clear to me that the aunts were decidedly uncomfortable.
"We make matters of policy concerning vampires, yes,"
Aunt Agnes said.
"You must keep this to yourself, Valkyrie. No one can know I'm a member of the council."
I thought it over. "Is there a shifter council too?" The aunts all shrugged.
"Probably,"
Aunt Agnes said.
"There could be more than one, who knows? That's not our business."
"So what do council members do?" I asked Agnes.
"Like I said, we make matters of policy concerning vampires."
"You're not explaining it very well, Agnes," Maud said. "You're confusing the poor girl." Agnes waved one hand at her.
"If you think you can do a better job, go right ahead."
"Well, I don't want to sound elitist," Maud began, "but the council members are the elite of the vampire world."
"That does sound elitist, you've got to admit,"
Dorothy said, crossing to the window to look behind the curtains. Maud huffed. "It's like a hierarchy. You could think of your Aunt Agnes as a Jedi." Aunt Agnes groaned loudly.
"A Jedi? Are you kidding me, Maud? That's your way of explaining things to Valkyrie. Now you have her thoroughly confused."
She was right. I was thoroughly confused. "So how does someone get onto the council? Do you get voted in or something?" I asked Agnes. Maud shook her head. "Weren't you listening, Valkyrie? I just said Agnes was like a Jedi. Jedis don't get voted in." Agnes shook her finger at her.
"Don't you ever say the word Jedi again. If I ever hear you use the word Jedi again, why, I'll—"
I thought it prudent to interrupt at this point. If someone isn't voted onto the council, how do they become a council member? Aunt Dorothy took one more peek behind the curtains and then returned to her seat.
"It's hereditary. The position on the council is hereditary. It has been for centuries. That's why it's such a secret."
I was still somewhat confused. "What's the secret? The fact that there is a council?" All 3 aunts shook their heads.
"No, of course that's not a secret,"
Aunt Agnes said wearily.
"The identity of the council members is a secret."
Aunt Dorothy interrupted her.
"It's a position of wealth and power," she explained, "and after several council members were murdered, this was hundreds of years ago, mind you, the council decided to keep the identity of their members a deep secret."
I was beginning to catch on. "So now that the man outside was murdered, his heir will take his place?" The aunts all nodded vigorously. "And Aunt Agnes, if someone murdered you, who would be next in line? Aunt Dorothy or Aunt Maud?"
"Don't you worry yourself about that," Aunt Agnes said. "The detectives will be inside in a moment. Just tell the truth about finding the body, Valkyrie, apart from the fact that you know his identity and that I dated him hundreds of years ago."
I wasn't about to be deflected that easily.
"Who's next in line to you, Aunt Agnes?"
Dorothy and Maud stared at each other. I pressed on.
"Aunt Agnes, who is it?"
Aunt Agnes went white.
"Valkyrie, there's something you don't know."
She hesitated. I knew this wasn't going to be good. Chapter 4.
"She'll find out eventually," Aunt Dorothy said.
"Loose lips sink ships," Aunt Agnes snapped.
"No one ever finds out anything if loudmouths don't blab about it."
"What will I find out?" I said, trying to hang on to what little vestiges of patience I had left.
"That Aunt Agnes isn't your aunt," Aunt Dorothy said. "You tell her, Agnes."
"I think you already did,"
Aunt Agnes said through clenched teeth.
"Valkyrie, that is correct. I'm not your aunt. I am, in fact, your great-great-great-great-great-grandmother." "I think you calculated several of those greats wrongly," Maud pointed out. "You need more." The aunts' bickering was irritating at the best of times, so I hurried to forestall the impending escalation. I held up my hand. "All I want to know is who's next in line to the council if you were to be murdered, Aunt Agnes." I realized my words were blunt, but too late. They were already out of my mouth. Aunt Agnes hesitated, but once again Dorothy spoke.
"Your mother is next in line."
I was shocked. "Does this have anything to do with my parents' disappearance?" The aunts all hurried to reassure me. "Of course not," they said in unison. They weren't entirely convincing, and I suspected there was more to it. I equally knew that I wouldn't be able to get any information out of them if they really didn't want to give it to me. I didn't have a chance to pursue the matter, because the detectives marched into the room. Detective Oakes was the first to speak. "Did you know the victim?" We all said that we didn't. "The perpetrator appears to know you, Mrs. Jasper," the detective said to Aunt Agnes.
"Why would you say that?"
Aunt Agnes did her best to look confused. "I believe you have read the note." The detective's manner was abrupt.
"Oh, yes."
Aunt Agnes plastered a false smile on her face.
"Yes, that's most puzzling."
"Was he expected today?"
Detective Mason asked. Aunt Agnes's confusion appeared genuine this time.
"Expected? No, I've just said that we didn't know him."
Detective Oakes's exasperation was evident.
"Bookings, that is, Mrs. Jasper. Was he booked in for today?"
The aunts exchanged glances.
"I'm not sure when he was booked in,"
Aunt Agnes said, shooting Dorothy a significant look.
"Yes, I remember he booked over the phone,"
Aunt Maud said, raising her eyes towards the ceiling.
"but I don't remember whether he was due today or not. I think he was. I must consult the book to see if I wrote it in. Perhaps I didn't make an entry after all. I really must be more careful. Is his cottage ready, Valkyrie?"
Apparently the aunts were faster on the uptake than I was, because it took me a moment or two to catch on. The detective's question as to the victim's booking had clearly given the aunts the idea to say that he was a guest. I would have to play along with it. It would be less suspicious if a guest was murdered. That, at least, would give him a reason to be on the premises. "It hardly matters whether his cottage is ready or not, Aunt Maud," I said, "seeing that he won't be able to use it." Aunt Maud slapped a hand over her mouth.
"Oh, silly me. It's the stress. I need some more medicinal alcohol."
She nodded to the bottle of witch's brew. Detective Oakes turned his attention to me.
"Miss Jasper, you'll have to come down to the station to make a witness statement if you would be so kind."
It was clear that his request was a demand more than anything. "Sure. When would you like me to do that?"
"In the next few hours, please."
I nodded. He flipped open a notepad and hovered his pen over it.
"Give me your account of what happened."
I thought back. I was following the cat around the side of the building when I saw a body on the porch. I hurried over and immediately called emergency, but then he died. Because I knew he was about to ask, I added, "I didn't touch anything." The detective flipped a page.
"How many guests do you have at the moment?"
"Lucas O'Callaghan, the regular," I said, hoping my voice wasn't shaking at the mention of Lucas's name. What was wrong with me? I wasn't a schoolgirl, for goodness sake. And Barnabas Butler, he's a watercolourist. Oakes's eyebrows shot up. He's a what? A watercolourist, I repeated. You know, he's an artist in watercolours. Is that what he does for a living? Oakes asked, scribbling away in his notepad. I'd say not. He doesn't believe anyone should earn a living from creative processes. Oakes snorted rudely. He's not a lawyer then, he snapped. I was confused. What do you mean? Oakes scowled. Some defense lawyers earn their living from creative processes. He must have noticed the confused look on my face because he added, They're liars? Before I could respond, he turned to my aunts. And when did you all arrive on the scene?
Dorothy Maud and I came out together when we heard Valkyrie scream, Aunt Agnes said. Our cleaning lady, Bella Barker, was the first out there, and we arrived seconds behind her. I wasn't sure I had screamed, but I was hardly likely to say that. Oakes looked up from scribbling in his notepad. And where is Mrs. Barker now? She's in the kitchen drinking tea. The poor thing, Aunt Agnes added.
Oakes nodded to Mason, who disappeared in the direction of the kitchen. First of all, I'll ask you to sign and date each individual account that I have written in my notepad. Oh, and print your full name. And then I'd like you all to come down to the station to give witness statements, Oakes said.
Is that really necessary? Aunt Agnes said. Valkyrie was the one who found him. All we did was look out the door.
Oakes waved a hand in dismissal. Nevertheless, I'll ask you all to come down to the station. Aunt Agnes acquiesced with a frown. All right, if you insist. Detective Mason reappeared with Bella. I'm taking Mrs. Barker to the station to give her witness statement, and then I'll have an officer take her home, he told Oakes. Oakes nodded, and then turned back to the aunts. Ladies, please don't use your front door for the rest of the day. Forensics could be out there a little longer. His words were punctuated by a loud crack of thunder, and the manor shook ever so slightly. I'll see you all later. He nodded to each one of us in turn, and then took his leave by the front door, despite telling us not to use it. Aunt Agnes hurried to her feet and bolted the door behind him. She turned around and then clasped her throat.
Lucas, where did you come from?
I was waiting for the police to leave, Lucas said. I came through the back door. I hope that was all right. Aunt Agnes ushered him into the room. My heart immediately set a-fluttering, as it always did when I saw Lucas. He headed straight for me. Pepper, are you all right? Yes, I said, although I was aware that my voice was trembling. Aunt Dorothy must have noticed too, because she poured some more witch's brew into my goblet. I took a gulp. It hadn't really hit me yet, but I felt I would burst into tears at any minute. Lucas turned to the aunts. Agnes, you told me the note said that you were next. She nodded and fidgeted in her seat.
You do realize that you're going to have to tell him too, Aunt Dorothy said.
Aunt Agnes's face turned flame red, a colour matched only by her hair.
Dorothy, you have a loud mouth.
Tell me what, Lucas said. I leant back into the overstuffed velvet sofa. Here we go again, I said, earning a sharp look from Lucas. He will have to know, I added. He is a cleaner, and he is likely your best protection. Aunt Maud agreed with me. Valkyrie's right, he does need to know. Aunt Agnes sighed dramatically.
Why are you all ganging up on me? All right, if you must know, I am a council member.
Lucas's jaw dropped open. You're a council, member, he stammered. It took him a few moments to compose himself. I never would have guessed.
I'll take that as a compliment, young man,
Aunt Agnes said snarkily. And there's more, I said. Aunt Agnes opened her mouth, but I beat her to it. The victim was a member of the council too, and Aunt Agnes's ex-boyfriend. Aunt Dorothy tittered.
One of many.
Aunt Agnes shot her a withering glare, and then turned her attention to me.
You didn't have to tell him that last part, Valkyrie.
To the contrary, it's best that I know everything.
Lucas said firmly. "Actually, it's all starting to make a little sense now."
"What's making sense?"
Aunt Agnes snapped. Clearly, she didn't like to be on the receiving end of a mystery. "Scorpius Everyman," Lucas began, but Aunt Maud interrupted. "Do you think that that ex-cleaner, Scorpius Everyman, murdered him?" she said. "He murdered those other people to make it look like shifters did it, to turn the vampire population against shifters. Surely you don't think this is connected?" Aunt Agnes paused, the wine bottle in mid-air hovering over a spare goblet next to Lucas.
"Give the man a chance to speak, Maud."
She filled Lucas's goblet. He took a large gulp before speaking. "Scorpius Everyman is still on the run, but word has it he's in Europe. As you know, Scorpius was part of a faction that wants to have shifters wiped out. Obviously, he was in it with several other people, and I suspect that this murder was done so that a member of that faction can get on the council." Aunt Agnes tapped her chin.
"So do you think that Scorpius and his associates want to get their own people on the council by killing off current members who don't adhere to their set of values, if current members happen to have an heir who is on the faction side?"
Lucas nodded. "Exactly."
"But then the murderer will be obvious, won't they?" I said. "It's whoever is next in line to the victim. That won't be hard to solve."
I was surprised by the immediate murmur of disagreement.
"It's going to be awfully hard to find out who is next in line to Collier," Aunt Agnes said. "By law, 6 weeks have to pass before the new person comes forward to take their seat."
I couldn't see the problem, and said so. "Surely the person can be arrested in 6 weeks," I said. Lucas shook his head. "I'm afraid this case is out of my hands. This victim was murdered by mundane means, by a knife, so it has to be left to the police to solve."
"Which is no doubt why he was murdered by a knife,"
Aunt Agnes said. "But can't the council arrest whoever takes his place in 6 weeks?" I asked her, pressing home my point. "Not without proof," Lucas said. I held my hands in the air. "Hello! Someone gets murdered and leaves a note saying Aunt Agnes is next. It's obviously about getting on the council." Lucas readily agreed. "Yes, it's obvious, but it doesn't mean there is anything we can do about it. Agnes, who is next in line to you, not Pepper." I was touched by the concern evident in his voice.
"Valkyrie's mother,"
the aunts said in unison. "And she's missing." Lucas said it as a statement rather than a question. After a few moments, he spoke again. "Pardon the question, Agnes, but if anything were to happen to you, and with Pepper's mother missing, would Pepper be next in line?" My breath caught in my throat. I hadn't considered that. To my relief, Agnes shook her head.
"No, only if Valkyrie's mother was pronounced dead. She's officially missing, so the line of succession goes to her. With Valkyrie's mother missing, Valkyrie is perfectly safe."
"Let me get this straight," Lucas said. "If something were to happen to you, Pepper's mother would have a seat on the council even though she is missing. They won't replace her with anyone else." Aunt Agnes nodded.
"That's right. But that's good, isn't it?"
I said in a small voice. "Won't that somehow thwart their plans?" Lucas dashed my hopes. "No, because it would be an empty seat, one less person to vote against them. An empty seat would be as good as having someone on their side. Have I got that right, Agnes?"
"Yes, you have. On the bright side, no one's going to come after Valkyrie."
It was only then that I remembered that the dying man had whispered either, "Beware of Lucas," or "Beware of Lucases." Chapter 5. The aunts hurried us all off to the police station, saying we should give our statements as soon as possible to get the unpleasant mess, as they put it, out of the way. I didn't think I'd ever be able to get it out of the way, given that a man had died right in front of me. I was feeling a little nauseous, and what's more, I didn't know whether or not I should tell the aunts what the man had said before he died. I fully intended to tell Lucas. It's just that I hadn't yet had the chance.
The waiting room was stuffy and reeked of body odor and stale, cheap coffee. My stomach rumbled loudly, reminding me just how hungry I was. It was a strange sensation, being both starving and slightly nauseous at the same time. I shifted in my seat once more and looked at the officer behind the desk. I hoped the detectives wouldn't keep us waiting too much longer. I shot a look at Aunt Agnes to see how she was coping. After all, she had known the man well. It was a full 5 minutes before Detective Oakes appeared and ushered me into an interview room. This room smelt marginally better, only because the detective's sickly sweet aftershave overpowered everything else. By reflex, I looked around for a window, but realized within a split second that interview rooms wouldn't have windows from which criminals, or innocent people for that matter, could escape. While the detective was consulting his notes, I regarded the room. I wondered how people could continue to work in such bland, depressing surroundings, but I supposed they had more important things on their mind than interior design. This room was pale olive and beige, contrasting rather unpleasantly with the bright lime green plastic of the chairs. The cold metal table was in keeping with the ambience, or lack thereof. A low humming sound reverberated through the room, but I had no idea of its source. I duly gave the detective a blow-by-blow description, omitting only the words that the man had said before he died. I felt absolutely no guilt about keeping it from the police. After all, they certainly couldn't be told that the man was a vampire and that Lucas was a vampire cleaner. I did, however, feel guilty about keeping it from my aunts. When I returned to the waiting room, Aunt Agnes was not there. "We've already been questioned, Valkyrie," Aunt Maud said. "Agnes is in there longer than we were." "That makes sense," I said. "After all, the note said, 'Agnes, you're next.' I suppose he's trying to find out who would have reason to harm her."
Well, he's not going to find that out,
Aunt Dorothy said. I nodded. "Sure, but he doesn't know that. He's only doing his job." Quite so, both aunts said. When Aunt Agnes finally appeared, her face was white and drawn. Aunt Dorothy opened her mouth, but Aunt Agnes shook her head.
"Not here."
The four of us walked outside and climbed into her small car.
"That was grueling," Aunt Agnes said. "He seemed to think I had a connection to the victim." "But you do have a connection to the victim,"
Aunt Dorothy pointed out, but was silenced by a withering glare from Agnes.
"I'm hardly going to tell the police that we dated centuries ago, am I, Dorothy? Or that we were both members of the council," she snapped. "Anyway, that detective seemed to think I was connected with the victim in some way because of the note left on him. He thinks whoever killed the victim is coming after me next." "That's exactly what the note said,"
Dorothy said, a little too cheerfully. "So what did you tell the police?" I asked Agnes.
"Not a thing," Agnes said. "I just kept telling him that I had no idea, that I just assumed it was someone trying to throw them off the track. However, he thought it was strange that someone I didn't know would be murdered on my porch, and with a note saying that I was next. It does look very strange. Rather, I can see why it looks strange to the police."
"What are we going to do?" Aunt Maud asked her.
"Obviously, we're going to have to solve this murder, because the police won't have a hope of doing so," Aunt Agnes said. "Let's all get coffee and cake. I need to take my new car for a spin."
I had totaled Aunt Agnes's old car only recently when a murderer had run me off the road. Fortunately, Aunt Agnes had received a handsome payout figure from her insurance company and had recently bought a bright yellow Ford Fiesta. The other aunts readily agreed, but just then I had an incoming text from Linda.
"Are you all right? I've heard about the body on your porch. Want to meet for coffee now? I'm at the Lotus Bean if you can make it."
I read the text to the aunts. "Would you mind dropping me off at the Lotus Bean?"
"Sure, that's fine," Aunt Agnes said. "But Valkyrie, please be very careful what you tell Linda. You can't tell her that the note said I was next, and obviously you can't tell her anything about the council."
"Yes, I realize that," I said. I texted Linda to say that I was already in town and would be right there. I'll ask Linda to drop me off home afterwards, I told the aunts. Linda was waiting for me at the Lotus Bean, the newest coffee shop in town. Unlike the police station, the decor here was pretty. Greens and purples intertwined on the most interesting logo I had ever seen, and the tables and chairs were of handcrafted wood. Rather, I'm sure they were mass-produced, but made in such a way as to resemble handcrafted wood. Linda waved to me to get my attention, a rather unnecessary move, given that she was sitting alone. The gentle breeze had driven other patrons inside. People in beach towns generally felt the cold far more than their inland counterparts.
"I ordered your regular coffee for you," she said by way of greeting. "I ordered your usual cake as well. I hope that was all right."
I thanked her and took a seat opposite her, with my back to the wall and with a good view of the empty tables and gently waving blue umbrellas in front of me. Linda clasped her hands and leant forward.
"Okay, tell me everything. I mean, I don't want to sound ghoulish, but another dead body? What are the chances?"
I rubbed my forehead. Before I could say anything, she pressed on.
"Do the police know who it is? Have you ever seen him before? Was he one of the guests?"
Linda had become a good friend, but this wasn't my secret to tell. "I've never seen him before," I said, and that was the truth. "I don't know what he was doing on the porch." Linda leant back in her chair.
"The scary thing is that the murderer must have been really close to you when you found him."
I was startled. "What makes you say that?" Linda was unable to reply because the waitress deposited our drinks and cakes in front of us. As soon as the waitress was out of earshot, Linda continued.
"Because his injuries were serious and he died when you found him."
My jaw fell open. "How did you know that?"
"The lady staying a few rooms from me is in town for her daughter's birthday, and her daughter is married to one of the paramedics who attended."
"I should have known," I said dryly. "People in small country towns know your business better than you do." Linda nodded.
"Yes, the paramedic told this lady's daughter, who told me. He also told her about the note with the knife. Agnes, you're next, wasn't it?"
Now I really was shocked. "I think that was meant to be a secret." Linda took a large bite of her cake and swallowed it before answering.
"Well, she did swear me to secrecy."
I sipped my coffee to try to calm my nerves, but upon reflection, coffee probably wasn't the best choice for calming nerves.
"Is Lucas on the job?"
Linda asked me. Linda knew that Lucas was a cleaner, and Linda herself was a shifter wolf. I had met her as soon as I arrived in town, and her husband too, a most unpleasant man. He had been murdered. I shuddered at the thought. After a rocky start, Linda and I had become firm friends, and she had decided to stay in Lighthouse Bay. She was currently looking around for a house to buy. "No, because this murder isn't anything to do with vampires or shifters," I said, trying my best to sound convincing. Apparently Linda bought it.
"Of course. Silly me. I wasn't thinking. Still, the note makes me wonder if it could be something to do with vampires."
"Maybe the murderer is a disgruntled former guest," I said in an attempt to deflect. "The business was a real mess when I arrived." Linda laughed.
"I don't mean to make light of such a serious business as murder, but if guests threatened all substandard accommodation businesses, there wouldn't be many people left. Besides, the note shows that your aunt was connected in some way with the victim."
I was beginning to think that we should have removed the note after all. "Yes, it's a mystery for sure," I said, and then popped a big piece of cake in my mouth to save me having to answer any more questions. Luckily for me, the conversation soon turned to Linda's search for a new house.
"They all look much better online," she said. "The agents must take those photos with a special lens to make the rooms look much bigger. Also, some houses are on a very steep block, but they look perfectly flat online. Did you know that most people don't clean their houses when they're for sale? Why, some of those ovens I have seen are absolutely filthy. And so are most of the glass shower doors, too.
Finally, Linda stopped her tirade about houses for sale and insisted on paying for our coffee and cake. She disappeared inside while I looked out over the busy street. I thought I saw Lucas over the other side of the street, but the figure appeared to be acting furtively. Maybe he was on secret cleaner business, something to do with the murder. He was wearing a baseball cap and large dark sunglasses, something he never did. I stood up and crossed the road, intending to talk to him. As I approached, he ducked into a little cafe. I looked over my shoulder for Linda, but she hadn't emerged from the coffee shop yet, so I went inside to speak to Lucas. His head was bent over a menu, and strangely, he was still wearing his sunglasses.
Lucas?
He did not look up. I walked over to him. Lucas? He looked up at me and smiled, but did not speak. I haven't had a chance to tell you, and I haven't told the aunts, but the dead man, that is Collier Carden, mentioned you just before he died. Lucas looked shocked. What did he say?
I'm not quite sure. He either said, "Beware of Lucas," or "Beware of Lucases."
I think he actually said beware of Lucas's, but I didn't know if he was stammering because he was dying, the poor guy. Lucas tapped his chin.
What do you think he meant?
I have no idea, but it's obviously important. I'll get to the bottom of it. Did you tell the police? I slid into the seat opposite Lucas and leant across the table.
Of course not. I haven't even told my aunts.
Why not? Lucas whispered. I thought the answer was obvious.
Because they might suspect you, of course, I said wearily. I haven't told a soul.
Lucas looked pleased, as far as I could tell in the dark room. Promise me you won't tell anyone. This could be very significant.
Do you have any idea what it means?
Lucas shook his head.
Not exactly, but it does give me a lead I can look into. Now then, promise me you won't mention this again.
I opened my mouth to say something, but he held up his hand.
Even to me, even when we're in private. We have probably said too much now, but I have reason to believe that there might be a listening device close to my person.
I was shocked.
What do you mean? A bug?
Lucas shrugged. This murder has far deeper implications, so I have to be especially careful. The walls have ears, as they say.
Never mention what Collier Carden said to anyone, even me,
even if you're sure no one can overhear the conversation,
because there could be a listening device trained on us at that very moment.
Curiouser and curiouser.
Sure, if that's what you think. But will you keep me updated on your investigation?
Lucas nodded. I will.
Just don't mention to anyone that you saw me here. I'm watching someone, and I'm trying to be incognito.
He gestured to his cap and the huge sunglasses.
Don't even mention to me later on that we had this conversation, not unless I think it's safe and I bring it up first.
I'm sorry to be so mysterious, but there's a lot going on here.
If you think that's best.
It wasn't like Lucas to be so overly dramatic, so I figured he had good reason to say what he did.
I'd better be getting back to Linda.
A red flush travelled up his skin.
Lucas, are you all right?
He fanned himself with a menu. This disguise is making me hot.
He sure was acting strangely. I gave him a little nod and then hurried back over to the cafe, just in time to catch Linda emerging from inside. Pepper, she said urgently, is your phone turned off?
I looked in my handbag for my phone and found that I had inadvertently switched the sound off. Several missed calls showed on the screen. I moved to turn it back on, but Linda spoke again.
I have to take you back to Mugwort Manor in a hurry. Agnes just called. Something terrible's happened.
Chapter 6. I clutched my throat.
What? What's happened?
Linda took off at a fast pace towards her car, with me hurrying beside her.
The police are at the manor with a search warrant.
A search warrant? I parroted, my heart racing furiously.
Yes, apparently the knife in the murdered man was one of your aunt's kitchen knives.
I gasped, although a few moments later, after I thought it over, it didn't seem quite so bad. He was murdered at the manor, so it's not so strange he was murdered with something from inside the manor, surely. Linda merely shrugged. When we arrived, I was concerned to see several police cars at the manor.
Will you be all right by yourself?
Linda asked me.
Do you want me to come in with you?
I thanked her, but declined. If they're going to suspect one of us, the less you have to do with it, the better. Linda nodded.
Call me later.
I said I would, and then shut her car door. The aunts were outside, standing by a particularly tall rosemary bush.
Rosemaries don't last very long,
Aunt Dorothy said. She was bending over, her nose only inches from the blue flowers.
They're much the same as lavenders in that regard.
Aunt Agnes held her hands skyward.
Honestly, Dorothy, sometimes I wonder about you. There are far more pressing matters at hand.
Do the police suspect one of us? I asked, coming straight to the point. Aunt Agnes shrugged.
Who knows? I think it's strange that they got a search warrant, though. I would have let them look through the place without one.
No, you wouldn't,
Dorothy said. Hush, Dorothy, Agnes and Maud said in unison.
The room, I said.
They'll find your secret altar room.
Aunt Agnes shook her head.
It's magically protected. They won't see the door. They'll only see wall panelling. Besides, they're more interested in the knives in the kitchen.
Can we sit down? I asked them. This is all a bit overwhelming. The aunts walked over to a wooden seat in the garden by way of answer. The three of them sat side by side, leaving me perched precariously on the edge of the seat. Does this mean the murder wasn't premeditated? I asked them.
What do you mean?
Aunt Dorothy said. Agnes swiveled her head.
She means that poor Collier was stabbed with a knife from our kitchen, which seems to suggest that he turned up here and then someone killed him with the nearest thing to hand, namely one of our kitchen knives.
But that doesn't fit with the note on his body, Maud pointed out. I shifted my position ever so slightly to try to get more of the seat. That's true. Perhaps someone lured him here and then stabbed him with one of your kitchen knives to make it look like one of you did it. But like I just said, that doesn't fit with the note on the body, Maud said. That makes it look like Agnes is the next intended victim. If the murderer wanted to throw suspicion on Agnes, then the murderer wouldn't have left the note.
You know, something just occurred to me,
Dorothy said, tapping her chin. The act of tapping caused her elbow to lodge firmly in my ribs, so I pushed back against her a little to make her move up the seat. Unperturbed, she continued.
Perhaps the police will think that Agnes did do it and left a note there to cast suspicion off herself.
Kookaburras in the tree overhead cackled. It was amazing how much their cry sounded like raucous laughter. I expected Agnes to respond just as scornfully to Dorothy's suggestion, but she did not.
You do have a point there, Dorothy. For once you said something sensible.
Dorothy beamed from ear to ear. Did you get the impression the police suspected any of you? I asked the aunts. Aunt Agnes bit her lip.
They didn't say so in as many words, but the fact that they have got a search warrant tends to suggest otherwise.
My stomach churned. We'll have to hurry up solving this murder. How can we start looking for Collier Carden's heir? More to the point, what was Collier Carden doing in town? A deep voice said behind us. I swung around so hard that I nearly fell off the edge of the seat. It was Lucas, but he was not wearing the huge sunglasses, baseball cap, or the faded jeans he had been wearing earlier. My heart raced, as it always did when I saw Lucas. I'd have to get that response under control.
Lucas,
I said weakly. Why did he always have that effect on me? Lucas shot me a smile and continued. The most obvious answer would be that Collier was here to see Agnes, but surely he would have let you know he was coming. He fixed Agnes with a steely gaze. Did you have any idea he was coming to visit you?
No,
she said in a tone that didn't convince anyone. You knew, I said, unable to keep the accusation out of my voice. Her head turned right to left and back again, as if she were watching a tennis game.
Maybe I knew he was.
Agnes, Maud and Dorothy said in unison.
It was secret council business,
Aunt Agnes said in a haughty tone.
The two of you are always harping on asking me questions you know I can't answer when it's secret council business.
Secret council business, Maud began, but then paused, obviously thinking the better of finishing her sentence. You say everything is secret council business, whether it is or it isn't.
How do you know it isn't? Agnes said. It's a secret, and it's a secret from you, so you wouldn't know whether it was a secret or not.
The logic of that was lost on me. I groaned and put my head in my hands. What was he coming to tell you, Aunt Agnes? Aunt Agnes sighed long and hard.
If I knew that Valkyrie, then he wouldn't need to visit me. He simply told me he had urgent matters to discuss. If he had already told me what they were, then there would have been no need for him to visit me, would there?
Lucas raised one eyebrow at me. Clearly he couldn't make any more sense of the aunts than I could. Well, that's something else we'll have to keep from the police, Maud said, to a murmur of agreement. They have to get back to the winery, Lucas said. I just wanted to come back here to check that you're all okay. His hand lightly rested on my shoulder for a moment, sending 1,000 butterflies on their way through my stomach. I watched Lucas leave, and then dragged my mind from his muscles to the murder.
Aunt Agnes, did anyone know that Collier intended to come here?
I certainly didn't, Aunt Dorothy said. Me either, Aunt Maud said, clearly put out. Aunt Agnes nodded.
Yes, someone certainly did.
I sat on the edge of the seat. Who?
Why, the murderer, of course.
Aunt Agnes's tone was smug. I thought that over. Did he arrive on time? Aunt Agnes nodded again.
Yes, Collier was always punctual.
My leg had gone to sleep, so I stood up and walked around to face the aunts. So either someone else knew he was coming, or someone saw him at the door, took fright, ran to the kitchen, grabbed a knife and stabbed him. Come to think of it, now that I've said that, it all seems too far-fetched. No one else was lurking around, and if you don't count Lucas, the only guest is Barnabas' butler. Detective Oakes marched over to us. Ladies, did you notice any of your knives missing? Aunt Agnes shook her head.
No, we have so many knives, and I don't keep them in the one place.
Aunt Maud interrupted her. We keep some in drawers, some in the knife block, and sometimes we find them lying around in strange places. So you didn't notice the murder weapon missing? The aunts all shook their heads. What about you, Miss Jasper? I never know where to find anything in that kitchen, I said truthfully. They must have about 50 knives in there. No one would notice one go missing. Well, you all saw the murder weapon, Oakes said, exasperation evident in his voice. So do you have any idea where it came from? Aunt Agnes looked at the sky, presumably for inspiration.
I think it was one of the knives in the knife block, she said.
The knife block out in the kitchen in full display, Oakes said.
We weren't expecting a murderer to grab a knife from it,
Agnes said defensively. Oakes sighed. Quite so, quite so. Well, thank you for your help, ladies. We'll be in touch. He and Mason walked to their silver Ford, but then Oakes hurried back. Ladies, I don't want to worry you, but just as a precaution, I'd ask you to lock your doors at night. The perpetrator could well be someone known to you all. If you have any concerns, please call me direct on my mobile number. He handed Aunt Agnes his card and then hurried back in the direction of his car. Other police officers streamed from the house and followed the silver Ford up the road. Well, that's a relief, I said. They haven't taken any of the laptops or anything from the house.
I wouldn't expect that they would, Agnes said. We have red brick dust under the welcome mats at the front and the back of the house for protection, and red brick dust across every windowsill in the house. We also have fennel seeds under the mats. Fennel seeds have long been used to keep the law away.
And we have a floor scrub to keep away the law too, Aunt Maud added. We always mix oil of bergamot, oil of cloves, and oil of cedar in a bucket and wash the house outwards towards the front door. That's a really good traditional floor wash to keep the law away. I raised my eyebrows at all their measures to keep the law away, but I supposed it wouldn't do for centuries-old vampires to have too close a brush with the law. Do you think it is Barnabas Butler? I said. Aunt Agnes frowned.
Do I think what is Barnabas Butler? Do I think he is the murderer?
I shrugged. Collier Carden was murdered on the porch in broad daylight while you were all home. I know it wasn't you three, and I know it wasn't Lucas, so that only leaves Bella Barker or Barnabas Butler.
That's a lot of bees, Maud said.
Dorothy swatted her face.
Bees? They must be attracted to the lavender and the rosemary.
Maud groaned.
No, Bella Barker, Barnabas Butler. Their names start with B.
Aunt Agnes crossed her arms over her chest.
Well, that isn't illegal, last time I looked. But Valkyrie is right. It was either Bella Barker, Barnabas Butler, or someone we haven't thought of yet.
And that someone must be lurking around the manor, I pointed out. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up.
Now don't get ahead of yourself, Valkyrie,
Aunt Agnes said in a placating tone.
We mustn't think that someone is lurking around. After all, the murderer could well be Barnabas Butler.
As she spoke, she smiled and nodded as if that were a good thing. Chapter 7. We all agreed that we should investigate Barnabas Butler first, and so, only hours after I had discovered a murder victim, I was attending an exhibition at the local art gallery. Barnabas Butler wasn't exhibiting. Far from it. He probably thought exhibiting was commercial and so beneath his notice. But he had told Aunt Agnes the previous day that he would be attending the exhibition. We thought the social setting was a good place to start investigating, somewhere we could speak to Barnabas and ask him questions. The exhibition was Aboriginal art by an up-and-coming Indigenous artist from Queensland. I was lightheaded and still quite shaken after the day's events. I would have preferred to be at home in bed with a good book or lying on the sofa and watching mindless TV. Instead, I was mingling with the town's socialites and looking at artwork I could not afford. My firm favourite already was a vividly painted scene of dolphins swimming through the Great Barrier Reef. The gallery director called us all to attention. A portly man with a walrus moustache, he was clearly used to people doing what he said. He introduced one of the country's patrons, a tall, thin woman. She gave a speech, which mercifully was short, as it was delivered in a high-pitched nasal tone, and was more a catalogue of her achievements rather than anything to do with art. When she finished, the gallery director took the microphone.
Much Aboriginal art is based on the Dreamtime, he began, which, as you all know, was the period of creation, and those stories have been passed down generation after generation. Australian Indigenous peoples had no written language in the Western way of understanding, but their stories were passed down in written form as symbols in their art. Of course, it goes without saying that different areas have vastly different styles.
I was relieved that the director's speech was interesting.
Aboriginal art on canvas, on board, only began a few decades ago, he continued. You are probably all most familiar with dot painting, which was originally developed to disguise iconography, to hide the secret meanings from the European population and from other tribes. That's one theory, anyway. These days, some artists are branching away from dot painting. To date, the record for any Australian female artist's work is just over $1 million for an Indigenous painting, and the record for an Indigenous painting is over $2 million.
I heard someone shuffle beside me.
Huh, if that's all that's important to you,
Barnabas snapped.
Money? It's pretty important to me, I admitted. He regarded me with narrowed eyes. Done for money is worthless. He shook his bottle of water at me. I could have said something about his definition of worthless, but I thought it better to hold my tongue. After all, I didn't want to alienate him. Now that he was speaking to me, I wanted to ask him something to see whether or not he was a firm suspect, but my mind went blank. Finally, I thought of something. I didn't see you painting outside the cottage this morning. He stared absently at me by way of response. This was hard. Were you working on another painting? I asked him. Did you finish your painting of the sand dunes? Barnabas looked at me as if I had gone completely mad. Finished? He asked me. Of course not. It takes years to finish a painting. In fact, I haven't finished one yet. Oh, I was at a loss. Were you doing any painting this morning? He nodded. I was painting just behind the lighthouse. I thought fast. That was such an atmospheric mood with the storm approaching. He agreed. I pushed on. I cut my walk at the beach short this morning because I was worried about lightning. He continued to nod. I didn't really see anyone else at the beach this morning. Did you see anyone else at the lighthouse? That, of course, was my roundabout way of asking whether anyone could verify his alibi. He rubbed his chin. Only the other guest. The other guest? I asked him, perplexed. Oh, do you mean Lucas O'Callaghan? Yes, that's him. I forgot his name for a moment. He was skulking around in the sand dunes, acting suspicious. I saw him on my way back, but I don't think he liked the fact that I saw him. He was hurrying away from the manor, heading for the beach. Are you absolutely positive it was Lucas? Yes, I practically tripped over him before he took off. Lucas had told me he was at the winery all morning. Why had he lied? Surely he didn't have anything to do with Collier Carden's death. Could Lucas have murdered Collier? If so, then did that mean Lucas was cleaning after a crime committed by Collier? Or worse still, could Lucas be part of the faction? I shook my head in an attempt to clear it, but that brought on the beginnings of a headache. Barnabas had already lost interest in our conversation and was staring angrily at the price of the nearest painting. Should I tell the aunts? I hadn't told them about Collier's dying words. Yet if I didn't tell them that Barnabas had seen Lucas, then Barnabas was likely to tell them. In that case, they would know I was keeping something from them. I glanced around the room to see that Aunt Agnes was striding towards Barnabas. On the spur of the moment, I made my decision. I would tell them that Barnabas had seen Lucas around the time of the murder, but I would not tell them what Collier had said. I needed to speak to Lucas first. In fact, I had thought Lucas would be here tonight. Where had he been lately? I had simply assumed he was working on something, and maybe he was. I certainly hoped that something hadn't involved Collier Carden. I walked over to stand near a bright red and orange painting featuring two white fish. I was captivated by the painting as it looked like a galaxy, a dark background with bursts of white and orange light. The aunts soon joined me. "Did you get anything out of Barnabas?" Aunt Maud asked Aunt Agnes. Aunt Agnes shrugged.
He said that he was at the lighthouse at the time of the murder, doing one of his paintings. Oh, I didn't actually ask him where he was at the time of the murder. I asked him in a roundabout manner. So he said he was painting at the lighthouse and that he saw Lucas on the way back.
She shot me a look as she said it. He told me exactly the same thing, I admitted.
He said that Lucas was acting furtively,
Aunt Agnes continued. I nodded. He said the same to me, but Lucas was at the winery all morning. Something flitted across Aunt Agnes's face, but then her features formed into their usual controlled facade.
So he said. She tapped her chin. Has Lucas been acting strangely lately, Valkyrie?
I don't think so, I said honestly. He hasn't been around much. Not as much as I thought he would, I added lamely. Perhaps Barnabas was lying about Lucas, Aunt Maud offered.
He doesn't know our association with Lucas, and for all he knows, Lucas is just another guest. Barnabas might have murdered Collier, and he's trying to throw the suspicion onto Lucas." Why hadn't that occurred to me? "That makes sense," I said, and Dorothy and Agnes agreed. "What do we do next?" I asked them. "How can we investigate him any further?" "I suppose the first thing we need to do is find out if Barnabas was related to Collier." Aunt Agnes took a flute of champagne from a passing waiter and sipped it before answering.
"I've been thinking about that. I just don't know how to go about it."
"I suppose there's no chance that it's on record with the council?" I asked. Agnes shook her head.
"No. Remember I told you that the council members are kept secret now? Well, it's the very same reason that no one knows who is next in line. It would make it too easy for people to kill the line of succession to get their own members in."
I was dismayed. "Does this sort of thing happen often?" Aunt Agnes hurried to reassure me.
"Oh, no, of course not. It hasn't happened in hundreds of years."
I sighed long and hard. "What do we do now?" I asked them. "Who would know who Collier's relatives were?" Aunt Agnes shot a look around the room before answering.
"His lawyer would know." "Great idea, Agnes,"
Aunt Dorothy said, patting Agnes a little too hard on the back.
"How do we find out who his lawyer is?"
Aunt Agnes's face fell.
"No idea." "How can we find out?"
Dorothy had turned and was now addressing a painting of a tree. I wandered away, not wanting to get in the middle of the aunts arguing about whether Dorothy did or did not need glasses. I looked at the paintings, wishing I could afford one of them, when I heard laughter. It was a young woman at the far end of the gallery, partially obscured by a pillar. I turned back to admire the painting in front of me when I saw her companion. I gasped. The lighting there was dim, but surely that couldn't be Lucas. I had only managed a brief glimpse before he ducked back behind the pillar. I could hardly walk down there. There were no paintings down that end, so I had no reason to be there. Still, it was eating me up. I decided to walk over to the other side of the gallery in case that gave me a better look. As I did so, I cast another glance in the woman's direction, and the man caught my eye for a second before looking away. I was sure it was Lucas. But if so, why didn't he speak to me? Why was he hiding from me? I reached the other side of the gallery and then turned back, pretending to look at another painting. It was all I could do not to gasp. Lucas and the woman were embroiled in a passionate embrace. He was kissing her thoroughly. I stood there, frozen to the spot. Why was Lucas kissing another woman? And why would he do so, given that he knew I had seen him? Was he undercover? If so, he was enjoying his work rather too much for my liking. One question after another assaulted me. Was this Lucas's way of getting rid of my obviously unwanted attentions? Had I got too close to him, and this was his means of pushing me away? Tears pricked the corners of my eyes. I forced myself to walk calmly back to the other side of the gallery, where I wouldn't be able to see Lucas and the woman. Everything I thought I had known about Lucas was wrong. One thing was certain. If he was kissing that woman due to some sort of secret cleaner business, he surely wouldn't have done so when he knew I was watching. What was he up to? Chapter 8. I was pretty miserable by the time I got home that night. I hadn't told the aunts what I had seen, though not telling them was against my better judgment. I just couldn't seem to come to grips with the fact that Lucas was kissing another woman. The aunts were adamant I not walk to my cottage in the dark, and insisted I stay overnight in my old room, the room I had stayed in when I had first come to Lighthouse Bay. I had a quick shower, washed off my makeup, threw on the only bathrobe I could find, an old one of Aunt Agnes's, and then crossed the corridor to my room. I went to the window to peep around the curtains. The lights to Barnabas's cottage were on, but those to Lucas's cottage were not. Was Lucas still with that woman? A sharp pang of jealousy assaulted me. "He's not worth worrying about," I said aloud to myself. Maybe if I said it another few times, I would start to believe it. At any rate, I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep. I had thought Lucas and I were at the start of something good, but had he merely been toying with my feelings? I didn't know for sure, but it didn't look good. I decided to go down to the kitchen to take 2 Panadol and wash them down with a nice cup of tea. I had just swallowed the Panadol and was stirring sugar into my tea when all the aunts burst into the kitchen.
"Valkyrie," Aunt Agnes said, "there you are. I banged on your door, but you didn't answer."
"Headache," I said. "I just took 2 Panadol and I was making a cup of tea. What's wrong?"
"Did you see anyone? Hear anyone?"
Aunt Agnes asked urgently. I started to shake my head, but that hurt, so I said, "No, not a soul. Why?"
"I think someone tried to poison me," Aunt Agnes said. "I've called the police."
"But isn't this a matter for a cleaner?" I asked her. Aunt Agnes looked decidedly uncomfortable.
"Perhaps, but since the police are already investigating Collier's death, I thought it wouldn't hurt for them to investigate this too."
I knew what she hadn't said. She suspected Lucas. What other reason was there for calling the police and not leaving it to Lucas? "You said someone tried to poison you," I prompted her. She held up a glass, which she was gingerly holding with the tissue. I hadn't noticed that before.
"I always take a glass of water to bed," she told me.
I walked over to look at the glass. "It looks like water to me," I said, perplexed. "That's just it," Maud said. "Someone has tried to poison Agnes with a colourless, odourless, tasteless poison." Aunt Agnes carefully placed the glass on the kitchen table and then waved one arm at Maud.
"I hardly know if it's tasteless or not, do I? I wasn't silly enough to drink it."
I was quite frustrated. "What makes you think it's poisoned?" Aunt Agnes rubbed her forehead.
"It was by my bed when I came home. Every morning I tip out whatever water is left and I replace it just before I go to bed. When I went into my bedroom tonight, the glass was already full."
"And you're sure you didn't do it?" I asked her. Aunt Agnes nodded vigorously.
"Yes, I'm absolutely sure. The police need to test this for poison."
"But who had access to your bedroom, to the house?" I asked her. "It must have happened while we were at the art gallery. Barnabas' butler was there." "He wasn't there the whole time," Aunt Maud pointed out. "He left about half an hour before we did. That would give him plenty of time." "How would he know which one was your bedroom, Aunt Agnes?" I asked her. She shrugged.
"Perhaps by looking at personal papers in my drawers. Who knows? This murderer is no fool. It's obviously a member of the faction, and he or she knows what they're doing. For all we know, the murderer might have been watching us for ages. Maybe even more than one person is involved in this."
I shuddered at the thought of someone, a murderer, watching us. A knock on the door prevented Agnes saying any more. She presently returned with Detective Oakes and Detective Mason. Both looked quite sleepy, and Mason was rubbing his eyes. Oakes at once directed Mason to take the glass of water to the car and then come back. He told us all to sit at the kitchen table. "Why do you think it's poisoned?" he asked Aunt Agnes.
"I saw it as soon as I opened my bedroom door when we got home tonight from the art exhibition," she told him. "I'm absolutely certain about this. I tip it out every morning and then wait until I go to bed to fill up the glass. Now, before you ask, I'm certain that I tipped the remains of water out this morning. Besides, I always drink at least half the glass through the night when I wake up. So even if I had forgotten to tip it out, the glass would be about 1/4 full rather than filled to the brim."
"Well, the note did say you were next," Oakes said, seemingly more to himself than to Agnes. "We'll know soon enough, after it's tested." "Will you be able to find out the poison?" I asked him. "Don't you have to test for specific substances? I mean, don't you have to know some poison names before you can test something?" I knew I wasn't making much sense, but I was stressed and tired, and I was still upset about Lucas. Do you mean we need to supply the lab with specific poisons, that they just don't test for all poisons willy-nilly? Oakes asked me. I nodded. Yes, that's what I meant to say. It shouldn't be too hard in this case, he said, rubbing his eyes. There can't be too many poisons that are odorless, colourless, and tasteless. Selenium is one I can think of right off the top of my head. The lab would know the others, and like I said, there can't be too many.
Agnes doesn't know if it was tasteless because she didn't taste it, Maud said archly.
Oakes pulled his notepad and pen out of his pocket. It's common sense that it would be tasteless. Why go to the trouble of poisoning someone if they're going to taste the poison and spit it out? Maud shot Agnes a smug look. Who had access to your house? Oakes asked Aunt Agnes. Aunt Agnes gestured around the table. Only the four of us, I would think. Oakes looked around the walls. Where do you keep the keys, and who has a set?
We all have a set of keys, Aunt Agnes told him. And there's a spare set up there.
She pointed to a row of hooks at the back door, on which hung several oilskin coats and wide-brimmed straw hats. She moved an old, shabby oilskin aside to reveal keys on a hook. Are they always hanging there? He asked her. She nodded. When was the last time they were off the hook?
Not for years, Aunt Maud said.
The detective walked back and took his seat at the kitchen table. Perhaps someone copied the keys. Ladies, I suggest you get your locks changed. First thing in the morning would be good. I suspect someone has had access to those keys. You probably wouldn't have noticed them missing, given that they're under that old oilskin. Would I be correct in saying that? The aunts all nodded. Detective Mason came back into the kitchen at that point.
I've been all around the perimeter of the house and there's no sign of forced entry.
Oakes nodded. Yes, it's just as I thought. He gestured to the wall. Anyone could have taken the keys and copied them. Mason walked over to Oakes.
I called one of the boys in the lab and he said there are several poisons that are water-soluble as well as odorless, colourless and tasteless. Mainly 1080, thallium and selenium. He said arsenic salts have a slight taste. Anyway, he said we have to freeze some of that water in a hurry because he can do a 24-hour turnaround on testing for 1080. He said it breaks down quickly, so we need to freeze it and then get it to him.
I know what selenium is, and I saw thallium in an old Miss Marple movie, but what's 1080? I asked him. It sounds familiar. 1080 is a readily available poison, Detective Oakes said with a look of disapproval on his face. I've never heard of it being used in a murder or attempted murder before, though. It's particularly nasty, and the government uses it to poison dingoes, rabbits, feral pigs and wild dogs in the bush, in remote areas. They drop it from helicopters, and it kills a lot of wildlife as well as its target. I was horrified. That's terrible. Oakes turned his attention to Mason. What about the other poisons? How long for those results? Mason shrugged.
Could be weeks.
Oakes did not look at all pleased by the news. Hopefully we scared the perpetrator away. But ladies, I think I should have a quick look through your house just to be on the safe side. Aunt Agnes looked somewhat agitated, but covered it quickly. Thank you, that would be good. Oakes walked over to look at the door again. Do these old bolts work? Without waiting for an answer, he fiddled with the bolts. Ladies, would you happen to have some oil? Preferably cooking oil spray. Aunt Maud looked through the cupboards and soon produced the requested item. After spraying the bolts and muttering to himself for a while, Oakes finally drove the bolts home. Have you made sure all your windows are locked? The aunts assured him that they had checked. Good, but make sure this door is bolted. Do you have bolts on your front door? Aunt Agnes nodded.
We do, but they haven't been used in years.
Okay then, I'll spray them with this oil and see if I can work them loose. And as soon as we go, I want you ladies to bolt the door behind us. Remember, someone likely has copies of your keys, so I'd like you to assure me that you will have the locks changed first thing in the morning.
We promise,
Aunt Agnes said, to murmurs of agreement from Aunt Dorothy and Aunt Maud. The aunts and I stayed in the kitchen until Mason and Oakes had made the sweep of the house. Oakes returned to the kitchen and summoned us to the front door, which was being guarded by Mason.
"I've worked these bolts loose,"
Mason said, handing the spray bottle back to Aunt Agnes.
"Bolt the door behind us and don't hesitate to phone us if you hear anything in the night."
Aunt Agnes thanked the detectives and bolted the door behind them.
"I don't think I'll be able to sleep a wink tonight," Aunt Dorothy said. "Do you think we could all stay up tonight and watch movies?"
"Sounds like a good idea to me,"
Aunt Maud said. Aunt Agnes looked doubtful.
"I'm sure I won't be able to sleep, but if we stay up all night, then we're going to be quite tired tomorrow. I think we should try to sleep." "Can we all sleep on the sofas in the living room?" Aunt Dorothy said hopefully.
"I'd like to do that," I said firmly. I did not want to go back to my room and be worried about poison attempts or be thinking about Lucas for hour after hour. We walked into the living room and looked at the sofas, huge, old, musty sofas.
"I don't think there are enough,"
Dorothy said. "I don't mind sleeping on the chaise longue," I said, pointing to an ornate Victorian walnut chaise upholstered in an unsavoury shade of mustard yellow velvet. Aunt Agnes looked aghast.
"Valkyrie, that would be too uncomfortable."
"I'm too scared to sleep in my own room, to be honest," I said. My phone vibrated in my bathrobe pocket, making me jump. I took it out and looked at the text. It was from Lucas.
"Are you all right? I saw the police there."
I ignored the message. I saw the aunts looking at me, but I didn't comment. I figured my face was red because my cheeks were burning hot. It seemed Lucas was already home, so he had not spent the night at the woman's house. Unless she was there with him. Perhaps she was. Normally, he would have come over if he had seen the police. This time, he only texted. I resisted the urge to send a rude reply. Chapter 9. I had spent a rather sleepless night, partly because Victorian chaiselongues weren't meant for sleeping, and also because I couldn't get Lucas out of my mind. I sat up and tried to massage the crick out of my neck. I staggered, zombie-like, into the kitchen and switched on the coffee machine. Its whirring sound rallied me somewhat, offering the promise of caffeine to come. The aunts trailed after me in single file.
"How did you sleep, Valkyrie?"
Aunt Agnes asked me. I looked her up and down. Her red hair had taken on a mind of its own and was sticking out in all directions. She had slept in her clothes and they were crumpled. "About the same as you," I said. "I sure hope today is better than yesterday." Aunt Dorothy yawned widely and stretched her arms.
"I could go straight back to bed."
Aunt Maud agreed.
"You and me both."
"After I'm caffeinated, I'm going to go to my cottage and have a shower," I told them. "Then I'll come straight back and we can make plans."
"You're not going in Agnes's old bathrobe, are you?"
Aunt Dorothy's tone was one of horror.
"What's wrong with my old bathrobe?"
Aunt Agnes asked defensively. Her bathrobe was a monstrosity, that was for sure, but I changed the subject to stop any bickering. "The first thing we have to do this morning is get the locks changed," I said. "Then we have to find out who was next in line to Collier, or at least find out who his lawyer is." I stuck my cup under the machine and watched the crema form.
"I think we're up against a brick wall this time, Valkyrie,"
Aunt Agnes said.
"I have absolutely no idea where to start with finding out the name of his lawyer. We can hardly call all the lawyers in the country, or the world for that matter, and ask if he was a client."
"Surely there's another way," I said. "Does anyone have any ideas?" The aunts shook their heads.
"Does he have any relatives you know about?"
Aunt Dorothy asked Agnes. Agnes snorted rudely.
"No, because they would be suspects, wouldn't they, Dorothy? Of course he doesn't have any relatives. If he had relatives, then we would be investigating those relatives."
Dorothy looked suitably chastened. "So you didn't meet his family when you were dating him?" I asked Aunt Agnes. Her face flushed red.
"We weren't dating exactly. We were just having a good time.
I held up my hand to stop her. Too much information. Okay, I get the drift. Surely there's someone who would know who is next in line to Collier, or someone who knows something about him. Anything. Aunt Agnes was silent for a moment. I assumed she was thinking it over. Finally, she spoke.
Let's have breakfast outside today. It's such a lovely day. Apart from that wind, she said as an afterthought, as the kitchen windows rattled.
That wasn't the answer I had been expecting. Okay then, I'll just pop over to my cottage and have a shower and get dressed. I took off at a fast walk, pausing only to right the umbrella over the outdoor table. It had toppled in the wind. I did not want to run into Lucas, or worse still, Lucas and his conquest of the previous night. I was still in a state of disbelief. I couldn't believe that Lucas had kissed that woman. I was not in luck. I was only 5 or so paces past his cottage when he called out to me. I spun around. "Pepper, I was worried. You didn't text me back last night. Agnes called me and told me about the poisoned water."
She did?
I didn't remember Aunt Agnes making a call, but she had gone to the kitchen several times in the night. Lucas walked over to me, and I took a step back, clutching Aunt Agnes's bathrobe to me. I must have looked a fright, unshowered and having not had much sleep. He stopped, clearly realizing something was wrong.
"I saw you at the art gallery last night," I blurted out.
Lucas's eyebrows shot skyward, while his jaw fell in the opposite direction.
"Art gallery? Last night?" he repeated.
I nodded vigorously and took another step backwards. The wind whipped my hair viciously across my face.
"I wasn't at the art gallery last night. I've never been to the art gallery."
His tone was convincing, and I almost believed him. In fact, I would have believed him if I hadn't seen him with my own eyes. Yet, could I have been mistaken? No, I didn't think so. Was he undercover after all?
"Lucas, are you working on something that you're keeping from me?"
I hoped he would say that he was, although he had kissed that woman a little too enthusiastically.
"No, not really. Of course, you don't know the ins and outs of cleaner business, so I suppose you could say I was keeping things from you. Look, Pepper, what's this all about?"
I shook my head as tears threatened to fall.
"I stayed at the manor last night, and I've really got to get home and have a shower."
I didn't want to make a fool of myself, so I took a deep breath and thought I should keep this on a business level.
"The aunts and I are trying to find out anything we can about Collier, whether he has any family. We need to find out who will succeed him to the council."
Of course, Lucas knew that, so he probably wondered why I said it. He was watching me warily.
"I do have a lead," he said.
"Who is it?" I asked him.
"I won't say until I'm sure," he said, "but I'd feel better if you'd stay with your aunts until I find out."
I was unable to control myself any further.
"I bet you would,"
I snapped. I turned on my heel and hurried back to my cottage. Of course, Lucas wanted me to stay at the manor, because then I wouldn't see him coming and going with other women. I realized I might have been overreacting, but that was a passionate kiss he had shared with that woman. Sure, Lucas and I weren't dating as such, but... My thoughts blew away with the gust of wind that whipped my bathrobe around my ears. Well, I would do as he wanted. I would stay at the manor until the murder was solved. It would save me thinking about Lucas too much, because I would sure get upset when I saw him with another woman, and as for any murder attempts, there was safety in numbers. After all, it seemed as if someone had already tried to poison Aunt Agnes. I unlocked my cottage door and let Hecate in.
"You and I are staying with the aunts for a while," I said to her.
She was unimpressed and walked elegantly to her food bowl. I filled it up, despite the fact she had a full bowl of food at the manor. I took a shower, staying in there longer than necessary, finding the hot water on the back of my neck somehow comforting. I threw some clothes and makeup into a bag and then looked out the window. Lucas was nowhere in sight. I grabbed my laptop and shoved it in my bag too, and then cautiously walked out my door, keeping an eye out for Lucas. I opened the cottage gate for Hecate, who promptly ran off to chase a butterfly. I was halfway back to the manor when Lucas appeared beside me. I adjusted the bag over my shoulder and turned to face him.
"I'm glad to see you've decided to stay at the manor."
I glared at him. Yes, that's more convenient for you. I only had time to see his face register surprise before I took off in large strides to the manor. I was embarrassed. I had acted childishly, but then my heart was breaking. I didn't have much time to think that morning because it took the locksmith some time to change the locks. The bed and breakfast's website was down, so I spent over an hour on the phone to the technician. In fact, it proved to be such a hectic day that I didn't have time for lunch, let alone to dwell on Lucas. The aunts had been in their altar room all day, casting protective spells. They finally emerged late afternoon, just when I was making myself a Vegemite sandwich. Aunt Agnes looked aghast.
"My goodness, Valkyrie, is that the first thing you've eaten all day?"
I had to admit that it was. Unless you count coffee, of course, I added. Aunt Agnes muttered to herself.
"I'll make you something decent to eat," she said finally, "but it will take a while."
I was on my second Vegemite sandwich when Aunt Dorothy showed Detectives Oakes and Mason into the kitchen. I hadn't even heard the knock at the door.
"Ladies, I have some news for you,"
Oakes said. Aunt Agnes gestured to seats at the kitchen table.
"Your water was, in fact, poisoned," Mason said.
"What with?" I asked him.
"Sodium monofluoroacetate."
"I've never heard of it," Aunt Agnes said. "Is it common?"
Oakes shook his head.
"That's just a fancy name for 1080.
"Is it common?"
Aunt Agnes asked again.
"It's banned worldwide, apart from in Australia and New Zealand," Oakes said. "I checked into it, and there's no evidence of it being used in a homicide case or attempted homicide case before."
I wondered why that was and said so. "Is it deadly?" I asked him.
Oakes nodded vigorously. "Yes, it's deadly all right, and it doesn't take much to kill someone. 1 milligram will do the job. Also, there is no known antidote."
"Is there a register of people who buy it?"
Aunt Agnes asked him. Mason shook his head.
"Not as such, but it's a Schedule 7 poison. Only licensed people can buy it, such as pest control firms, accredited chemical retailers and the like. Someone needs to have an agricultural chemical user's permit with an endorsement to use 1080.
I frowned. "That's good, isn't it? Surely that narrows it down." Mason was still shaking his head.
"The local helicopter pilot does regular aerial baiting runs in the nearby mountains. His office was broken into last week. At the time, he thought nothing was stolen, but after getting these results back this afternoon, we went to see him. The lock on the storage container for 1080 had been broken, and it now seems as if a small amount of poison had been removed."
I was discouraged. "So that means it could be anyone." Both detectives nodded. All of a sudden, Aunt Agnes stood up.
"The local helicopter pilot, Sam Mason, right?"
Detective Oakes looked up sharply.
"That's right. What of it?"
"My cleaning lady, Bella Barker, cleans his office weekly."
Oakes scribbled in his notepad, but did not comment.
"I take it you've had the locks changed?"
Aunt Agnes hurried to assure him that she had. After both detectives left, the four of us sat around the kitchen table, sipping witch's brew from exquisite goblets.
"I still can't believe it's Bella,"
Dorothy said. Aunt Agnes waved one finger at her.
"We don't know that it is. Bella cleans many places in town. It could be a coincidence, what the police would call circumstantial evidence."
"She was the first one on the scene," I reminded them. "After me, that is. Maybe she was on the porch the whole time. I did stub my toe and call out a rude word or two just before I came around the corner. That would have warned her." Aunt Maud nodded.
"Good point, Valkyrie. Did anyone see Bella in the house before it happened?"
Dorothy and Agnes said they hadn't seen Bella for a while.
That doesn't mean that she did it,
Aunt Agnes pointed out. But it does mean she had the opportunity, I said.
There's only one thing for it, Aunt Agnes said. We have to question Sam Mason.
Chapter 10. Just after 9 the following morning, the aunts and I arrived at the small local airport. It had several crop-dusting planes, as well as one helicopter that sold joy rides around the area, and apparently also dropped poisonous baits in the nearby national park. To say Sam Mason's office was a mess was somewhat of an understatement. The place smelt of engine oils. I couldn't imagine that Bella had cleaned it at all, but when I pointed this out to Aunt Agnes, she disagreed.
To the contrary, Valkyrie, look how clean the floor is, and that little kitchen over there. This place is messy, but you wouldn't call it dirty.
I looked around the room and saw that she was right. Papers were strewn all over the desk, and dirty coffee cups sat on the sink, a sink that had clearly been cleaned on a regular basis. The floor was spotless, except for a trail of dirt from the front door to behind the desk and into the adjoining room. The visitors' chairs were well dusted. Aunt Agnes turned her attention towards me.
Valkyrie, why aren't you speaking to Lucas at the moment? I mean, why are you asking me to relay all the information to him?
I muttered something incomprehensible and was about to ask Aunt Agnes how long she thought Sam would be when the door opened and a man walked in. He looked like the type of man who would engage in pub brawls, bulked up, buzz-cut hair, and covered in plenty of ink. His posture was menacing, but when he spoke, his soft voice dispelled that notion.
The Jasper sisters. I haven't seen you for some time, not since I got rid of my aerobatic plane. I miss that pit special.
So do we, Aunt Agnes said. If you ever get another one, call me. I miss those wonderful flights we had.
Sam chuckled.
You ladies have nerves of steel, I'll give you that. What can I do for you? Surely a helicopter joy flight would be too tame for you.
Aunt Agnes waved one hand in dismissal.
We're here on a serious matter.
Sam frowned.
Well, by all means, have a seat.
He gestured to a row of plastic chairs lined up in front of his desk.
Would anyone like coffee?
I looked at the dirty coffee cups on the sink and the drip filter coffee that looked like a hazardous substance. No thanks, I said, doing my best not to wrinkle my nose at the sludge. The aunts also declined. Sam took his seat and leant forward slightly.
What's this all about?
Can we keep this just between ourselves? Agnes asked him. He nodded.
Sure, strictly confidential.
I suppose you heard that there was a dead body on our front porch the other day?
Aunt Agnes asked him. He nodded.
Yes, it's all over town. I believe there was a note on the body threatening you, Agnes.
Once more, I was surprised just how easily information travels in small country towns. No wonder the swift spreading of gossip is known as the bush telegraph.
That's right, Aunt Agnes said. And like I said, this is confidential, but someone tried to poison me that very day.
Sam tapped the pen on the desk.
Aha, 1080. So that's why the cops were around yesterday afternoon.
Aunt Agnes nodded.
Yes, the detectives told us last night that the poison in my water was 1080.
Sam looked shocked.
Just as well you didn't drink any of it. You didn't, did you? Not even a tiny bit.
Oh, no, I didn't, Aunt Agnes said hurriedly.
Just as well you didn't. Sam's tone was filled with horror. It's a real nasty poison, that one. You know, I didn't put two and two together after the break-in. The cops didn't either. The container was still there, and I didn't notice any missing. Still, it only takes 1/5 of a teaspoon to kill someone.
I shuddered.
Now that's where this matter gets real delicate, Aunt Agnes said. The only people who had access to the manor, as far as we know, were my cleaning lady, Bella Barker, and one of our guests. Obviously, Bella had much better access than the guest, unless he sneaked into the house at some point and stole the keys to have a copy made.
Sam leant back in his seat and locked his hands behind his head. "Bella," he said. I don't really know the woman too well. She cleans the office weekly. Thankfully, she doesn't talk too much, and then she goes on her way. She would know where I keep the poisons." "Where do you keep the poisons?" I asked him. He pointed to the next room. "In there."
"Does Bella clean in there?"
Aunt Agnes asked him. "She sure does. Anyone would know I had those poisons there, though, because my booking computer's in that room." I peered through the door and saw an ancient desktop computer. It looked a good 20 years old. "So, do you suspect Bella of poisoning you?" Sam asked Agnes, coming straight to the point. She shook her head.
"To tell you the truth, I have no idea who tried to poison me or who killed that poor man Collier Carden either."
Sam sat bolt upright. "What was that name again?"
"Collier Carden. Did you know him?"
Aunt Agnes asked eagerly. Sam pointed into the other room by way of answer. "I took him for a joy flight last weekend. Him and some other guy. They wanted me to set them down in a clearing in the national park so they could have a look around." "What clearing was that?" I asked him. He shrugged. "They didn't care. They told me to take them somewhere remote, anywhere the helicopter could land safely. It was weird. It was like they just wanted to talk privately, although why they couldn't talk privately in any old cafe in town is beyond me." Aunt Agnes clasped her hands.
"What was the name of the other man?"
"I'll tell you in a minute." Sam pushed back his chair, got up, and walked into the other room. We all traipsed after him. He tapped away at his keyboard for a minute. "It's in the computer," he explained, somewhat unnecessarily. After what seemed like an age, he jabbed his finger at the screen. "There it is. Collier Carden was booked in with Barnabas Butler. He was a strange little man, that one. Do you know him?"
"He's one of our guests,"
Aunt Agnes said in shock.
"Do the police know this?"
He shook his head. "I didn't tell them. They didn't mention the victim's name to me. Do you think I should tell the cops?" I could see Aunt Agnes didn't want him to tell the police, but couldn't come up with a suitable reason not to do so.
"I suppose," she said after a long interval. "But please don't tell the police that we were here. Oh, Sam, did Barnabas Butler see the container of 1080?
"Blind Freddie would have seen the container of 1080, Sam said, tapping a large wall cabinet adjacent to the computer. It was metal, with peeling white paint and glass doors. It had a new lock on it, as well as a large padlock. "Anyone who comes to the booking computer would see the poison."
"I didn't see it,"
Dorothy said. Luckily for me, her comment didn't start a fresh round of bickering, although Agnes and Maud exchanged glances. Aunt Agnes shot Sam a wide smile.
"Thanks so much for your help, Sam. You've been ever so helpful."
We hightailed it back to Aunt Agnes's yellow Ford Fiesta. It was hot inside, so we sat there for a moment with the doors open while Aunt Agnes cranked up the air conditioning. She tapped the steering wheel.
"The plot thickens."
"So Barnabas Butler knew Collier," I said, "and they wanted to speak in private."
"I suspect he's Collier's heir. He's next in line to Collier for a seat on the council."
Aunt Agnes looked grim. "What do we do now?" I asked the aunts. Aunt Agnes started the engine.
"Shut the doors, everyone. We need to go back to the manor and think this over carefully. Valkyrie, call Lucas at once and tell him."
I didn't want to call Lucas, but if I didn't, then I would owe the aunts a lengthy explanation. I sighed and called him. He picked up immediately. "Lucas, the aunts and I have just been to see Sam Mason, the helicopter pilot. The 1080 poison that was in Aunt Agnes's water was likely from his office, which was burgled last week. What's more, Sam told us that Collier Carden and Barnabas Butler requested he fly them to a secluded spot in the mountains last weekend." Lucas didn't speak for a moment, although I heard his sharp intake of breath. "Okay, leave it with me. Pepper." I hung up. Chapter 11.
"What did Lucas say?"
Aunt Agnes asked me as she swerved violently to miss a rabbit. He said to leave it to him. Oh, the aunts said in unison. I was a little disappointed by that. I had hoped the aunts would investigate. After all, I wasn't quite sure I trusted Lucas. Maybe now was a good time to tell them Collier's dying words. Are you going to leave it to Lucas? I asked Aunt Agnes.
Of course not, she said. This isn't a matter for a cleaner. This is a matter for the council.
I gripped the seat in front of me as Aunt Agnes went around the corner a little too fast. Do you think Barnabas is the murderer?
I don't think we can jump to conclusions, but it doesn't look good, Agnes said. We know he was talking to Collier, so we need to find out if he is going to succeed him to the council.
What other reason would he have for talking to Collier? Aunt Maud said.
He could be another cleaner, for all we know. Maybe Scorpius Everyman was replaced. Perhaps Barnabas got word that Collier was in danger.
I nodded. That's not as crazy as it sounds. Perhaps he did have another reason for speaking to Collier after all. How will we find out?
We'll ask him.
Aunt Agnes got too close to the car in front of her and then applied the brakes a little too hard.
Ask him?
I squeaked.
What if Barnabas is the murderer? And what if he isn't the murderer? Aunt Agnes countered. We'll ask him straight out what business he had with Collier.
Aunt Maud objected.
If he's the murderer, he is hardly likely to confess.
Aunt Agnes was unperturbed.
We can figure this out by process of elimination. If he had a good reason to speak to Collier, then he can tell us. Maybe that's all we need to hear. If he clams up and doesn't tell us anything, then we'll have more reason to be suspicious of him.
We had reached the manor.
Valkyrie, you go and invite him to lunch.
Is that safe? I asked her. What if he is the killer and we have lunch with him?
Yes, you have a good point.
Aunt Agnes tapped her chin.
We'll have to make sure we don't take our eyes off our food in case he slips something into it. And Valkyrie, be careful. You're not in danger from the murderer. Whoever it is targeted Collier and is targeting me. But that's no reason to take any chances.
Do you want me to go and ask him right now? Aunt Agnes nodded.
Yes. Dorothy and Maud and I will burn some Solomon seal root and bay leaves to help us make wise decisions, and then we'll put some calamus and licorice under his chair to compel him.
I was puzzled. To compel him to do what?
Why, to tell the truth, of course.
I shrugged. You have time to do all that? Shouldn't I help you first? Aunt Agnes made a shooing motion.
Off you go, Valkyrie. It won't take us long at all. We're old hands at this.
I decided to walk around the side of the manor rather than walking through the house. I walked past the star jasmine and inhaled the fragrance. The white vine next to it was just as pretty, but had no scent. When I reached the gate to the jungle-themed cottage, I took a deep breath and stepped into the little garden. This was my least favourite cottage, given that Linda's husband, Paul, had been murdered there with solanine, a substance found in green potatoes. I hadn't been able to look at a potato the same way since. I felt bad for not confiding in Linda, but I hadn't even relayed Collier's last words to my aunts. I raised my hand to knock, but heard a scuffle inside. It sounded as if someone was thrashing around. Had Barnabas been poisoned too? Without hesitation, I flung open his door. I could not believe the scene unfolding before my eyes. There, on the floor, was Barnabas. Lucas was bending over him, his hands around his neck. I screamed, "Lucas, no!" Lucas shot me a wild-eyed look. He released Barnabas and then pushed past me roughly. I ran over to Barnabas, who was whimpering.
"He tried to kill me,"
he squeaked. His hands flew to his throat. "Did you have an argument that got out of hand?" I asked him. Barnabas whimpered for a while before answering.
"No. Didn't you see he was wearing gloves? This was premeditated."
"Why would Lucas want to kill you?" Barnabas did not respond. "We had better go and tell my aunts," I said. "It's lucky I came to your door when I did. Anyway, the aunts have invited you for lunch."
"I'm not hungry,"
Barnabas said in rather a snappy tone. I grabbed his elbow and hauled him to his feet. I thought I might as well tell it like it was. Lunch is not the only reason. My aunts want to ask you some questions. I suggest you come with me if you know what's good for you. Barnabas stared at me with wide eyes. All right, but I won't eat anything. I have plenty of allergies. He grabbed a nearby bottle of water and followed me out the door. Aunt Dorothy greeted us at the back door to the manor, beaming from ear to ear.
Barnabas, how good of you to come.
I waited until we were all in the formal dining room before I spoke. Lucas just tried to strangle Barnabas. Aunt Dorothy bit her lip and then said,
Well, I suppose he had a good reason, dear.
I was surprised by her words, but we wouldn't be able to discuss it, not until Barnabas had left. Aunt Agnes showed Barnabas to his seat, a seat which no doubt had calamus and licorice root sprinkled under it.
Do you want to call the police and tell them that Lucas tried to strangle you?
Barnabas shook his head. Aunt Agnes poured him a glass of wine, being careful to flash the Ecor winery label in front of his nose first. Despite his protests about allergies, Barnabas drained the goblet in one go. Okay, so then he was a vampire. At least it was sure looking that way. A heavy silence hung over the group for a moment. I stifled a nervous laugh. The scene looked like something from a horror movie, a drab, musty, formal dining room with an oversized chandelier hanging over the center of the table, the thick drapes over the windows obscuring the bright midday sun. The only light was from the highly polished silver candlesticks at both ends of the long dining table. The room usually smelt of dust, although today it smelt of Solomon's seal root and bay leaf with just a hint of licorice. Aunt Agnes leant forward.
Barnabas, did you know that Collier Carden was a good friend of mine?
He squirmed in his seat.
We know that you and Collier spoke last weekend. Collier was murdered, and an attempt was made on my life. Did you have any involvement in that?
Barnabas looked shocked. Of course not, he snapped. How dare you accuse me of murder? He clutched his water bottle to him.
Are you related to Collier?
Aunt Agnes asked him. Barnabas continued to squirm in his seat, but he did not answer.
Are you going to take Collier's seat on the council?
Barnabas gasped. All right, then, if you must know, Collier told me that his life was in danger. He told me he narrowly missed being the victim of a hit-and-run last month in Paris, and he was sure someone was after him. He told me to be very careful and not to let on that I was related to him.
So you didn't kill him? I asked him.
Barnabas rounded on me. I did not, he screeched. I'm against the faction just as much as Collier was. He pointed to Aunt Agnes. Collier told me that you're on the council. Aunt Agnes was visibly angry.
He had no right to do that. We have to keep the identity of the council members a closely guarded secret.
He only did it for your own good, Barnabas snapped. He thought something was going to happen to him, so he wanted to make sure his line of succession was against the faction. He wasn't taking any chances. That would keep the council safer.
You'll have to be mighty careful now, Barnabas, Aunt Agnes said. Someone might know that you're going to succeed to Collier's position on the council.
Barnabas held up both hands. Well, duh! Your other guest already tried to kill me. He has vampire strength, so he's obviously a vampire. He must be part of the faction, and he's probably the one who killed Collier and tried to kill you. Aunt Agnes and I exchanged glances. Had Lucas tried to kill Barnabas as part of his cleaner duties? After all, I had only just told Lucas that Collier and Barnabas had spoken in private the previous weekend. Yet why try to poison Aunt Agnes? Surely Lucas couldn't do a thing like that. Could Lucas be part of the faction? It seemed unbelievable, yet only a few days ago I would not have believed that Lucas would kiss another woman. Is there anything you're not telling us, Barnabas? I asked him. Anything at all? Barnabas shot me a spiteful look. My affairs are none of your business, girlie. I'm sure there's plenty I'm not telling you, and I intend to keep it that way. He was getting on my nerves, so I was pleased when Aunt Agnes took over the conversation.
"Did you tell anyone else that I am a council member?"
Barnabas was clearly affronted.
Of course not. What do you take me for, an idiot? Still, I don't know who Collier told.
He smirked at Aunt Agnes. What an unpleasant man, I thought. I can't see how the other council members are going to put up with him. And was he lying about not being a member of the faction? He would hardly confess to that.
"Let's discuss this at length," Aunt Agnes said. "Would you like some lunch, Barnabas?"
Barnabas waved one hand at Aunt Agnes in dismissal.
I have to be careful what I eat. I have allergies.
He opened his bottle of water and took a long drink.
"What about salad?" Aunt Dorothy asked him. "We grow it ourselves. Tomatoes, lettuce, and all sorts of lovely salad vegetables."
Her hand flew to her throat. I looked back at Barnabas. It all seemed to happen in slow motion. He clutched his throat and then fell to the floor, thrashing violently. Chapter 12. I pulled my phone from my pocket and called emergency for the second time in 2 days.
"Ambulance and police," I said. "Hurry, I think he's been poisoned with 1080.
I gave the address, but Aunt Agnes took the phone from me and hung up.
"It's too late," she said. I averted my eyes. "So he wasn't the murderer after all," I said. "He was Collier's successor, and now he's been poisoned too. I thought he was the murderer."
I could hear my tone rising to one of hysteria, but I didn't care. Barnabas wasn't the murderer, so who did that leave? Lucas? I had seen him with my own eyes trying to strangle Barnabas.
"He was an unpleasant man, but he didn't deserve to die."
Aunt Dorothy was addressing a substantial antique bronze of Botticelli's Venus on a huge marble plinth.
"Agnes, you're rather scantily dressed. You had better put on some more clothes before the detectives get here. Otherwise, it would be most unseemly."
Aunt Agnes sighed, but ignored Dorothy.
"Let's all go into the living room and leave this poor man and his poisoned water here for the detectives," she said. "I'll call them now."
Aunt Dorothy and I walked together to the living room, while Aunt Maud put wine goblets and a bottle of witch's brew on a tray. Aunt Agnes soon followed us in.
"They'll be right here," she told us. "There's something I've been keeping from you all,"
I confessed. Before they could ask me any questions, I launched straight into it.
"Collier mumbled a couple of words before he died. He said, 'Beware of Lucas's.'" "Beware of Lucas's what?" Aunt Agnes asked me.
I shrugged. "That's just it. I don't know if he was saying beware of Lucas or beware of Lucas's something, because that was right when he died."
"And you kept this from us for what reason?"
Aunt Agnes asked me. I did not detect any note of reprimand in her tone, but I felt guilty nonetheless. "I just didn't want to get Lucas into any trouble," I told her. "I told Lucas what Collier said." Aunt Agnes quirked one eyebrow.
"And how did he respond?"
"He was quite weird about it," I admitted. "He said he was working on something quite secret. I'm sorry I kept it from you all."
"No matter."
Aunt Agnes waved her hand expansively.
"We keep things from you all the time."
Now that I had said that, I thought I might as well come clean. And that's not all. Last night I saw him kissing another woman at the art gallery, at the exhibition. All the aunts gasped. They were clearly more horrified by that than by the report of Lucas trying to strangle Barnabas.
"Perhaps he's working undercover,"
Aunt Maud said.
"More like undercovers,"
Aunt Dorothy said with a giggle, but she was silenced by a withering glare from Aunt Agnes. Aunt Agnes poured some witch's brew into the goblets.
"Valkyrie, you need to speak to Lucas. Ask him what's happening."
"I'm embarrassed to admit I saw him kissing that woman," I admitted.
"There are more important things to worry about," Aunt Agnes said. "You need to ask Lucas what's going on. 2 people have been murdered, and there was the attempt on my life."
I was shamefaced. "You're right. I'll ask him." We looked at each other as we heard sirens rapidly approaching.
I suppose I shouldn't tell the police that Lucas tried to strangle Barnabas? Aunt Agnes shook her head.
No, we'll deal with this ourselves.
I sipped witch's brew and reflected upon Lucas and his goings-on. Was there a good reason for him kissing that woman and for him trying to strangle Barnabas? I wanted to think so, but then again I had tried to talk myself into men in the past, ignoring all the red flags and dismissing their bad behavior. Even if Lucas was working undercover, he kissed that woman a little too thoroughly. He was clearly enjoying himself. Then again, the light was dim. Maybe I had been mistaken about that. I shook my head. Aunt Agnes was right. I'd have to come straight out and ask Lucas what was going on. If he was involved with that woman, then I would know for sure one way or another. There was no point going on with false hope. Detective Oakes and Detective Mason took no time in arriving. Aunt Agnes at once escorted Detective Mason to the kitchen to show him the hapless Barnabas butler and his poisoned water. Oakes flipped open his notepad. What happened? I was the first one who spoke. The aunts asked me to invite Barnabas for lunch. He said he had allergies and couldn't eat, but he came for lunch anyway. He brought a bottle of water with him. Oakes looked up. That was the bottle that poisoned him. Are you sure? We all nodded.
Yes, he didn't eat or drink anything from the manor, Aunt Agnes said. Only the wine, and we all drank wine from the same bottle.
I nodded in agreement. He brought that bottle of water from the cottage, and that's the one he drank from. Was it full? Half full? Nearly empty? Oakes asked us. I didn't take much notice, but it looked full to me, I told him. Barnabas always had a bottle of water with him. He took one everywhere. Oakes scribbled in his notepad. Was anyone else at the manor today?
Not that we saw,
Aunt Agnes said. Did Barnabas Butler have any guests to his cottage at any point? Have you seen him associating with anyone? We all told him that we hadn't. And you haven't seen anyone else hanging around the manor? We all shook our heads. Oakes looked exasperated. I have to get witness statements from you all, but for now, is there anyone else you can stay with? Relatives in another town, perhaps? Aunt Agnes appeared to be aghast.
Do you mean we should leave Mugwort Manor? Our home?
Only for a short time. It would be the sensible thing to do, Oakes said. 2 people have already been murdered here, and there was an attempt made on your life. Aunt Agnes's lips pressed into a gesture of resolve.
I'm not leaving my home, Detective. We have new locks on the doors, and we won't open the door to anyone we don't know.
Oakes ran his hand through his hair. I don't want to frighten you, but it's likely that the murderer is someone you do know. I will have a uniformed officer drive past here at intervals, but if someone is really keen to get to you, then there's nothing we can do. It would be best if you all go away for a week or 2 until we solve this case.
Do you have any suspects?
Aunt Agnes's lips pursed once more. Oakes sighed. No, but we're working on it.
I'm afraid we're going to have to stay here. Isn't that right, Dorothy and Maud?
Dorothy and Maud agreed, and I did too, albeit reluctantly. I really didn't want to stay where there was a homicidal maniac running around. Sure, Aunt Agnes said that I was in no danger, as I was not in a position to succeed to the council. But what if the murderer didn't know that? My hands trembled, and I set down my goblet of witch's brew. Oakes looked most displeased. Please tell me you'll consider it. Aunt Agnes shook her head.
No, thank you for your concern, Detective Oakes, but we're staying put.
Oakes looked as though he wanted to argue with her, but thought the better of it. All right, then, if you insist, but it's against my better judgment. At any rate, your dining room will be out of bounds for a day or 2. Aunt Agnes waved one hand at him.
That's fine. We rarely use it anyway.
And I'll ask one of you to accompany me to the victim's residence.
Sure, I said. I'll do that now.
Detective Oakes followed me out the back door. I diverted my eyes as the paramedics wheeled out Barnabas. I hurried past them and opened the back door for Oakes.
He didn't speak on the way to Barnabas's cottage, but when I stopped to open the gate, he exclaimed, "You're kidding. This cottage?" I nodded. "This is the same cottage where Paul Williams was murdered, isn't it?" I had to admit that it was. There sure have been a lot of murders at this place. It's unusual to have so many murders in a small country town, let alone at the one establishment. "I suppose you've never watched Midsummer Murders?" I said, trying to inject a little levity into the situation. Oakes clearly was unimpressed. I opened the door for him. He walked inside, pushed past several potted palms and tall yucca plants, and then pointed to the zebra and lion wallpaper. "Who is responsible for this decorating?" It sounded like he was asking who had committed a crime, and then again, maybe he was. "My aunt's," I said. "I'm redecorating the cottages bit by bit, but I haven't got as far as this one yet." "Obviously." Oakes looked around the room once more. "Miss Jasper, has Mr. Butler had any visitors since he's been here?" "Not that I'm aware of," I said. "Not unless you count the cleaning lady, Bella Barker. She does the cottages once a week, and of course she cleans them between guests." Oakes nodded. "All right, then. Would you wait at the door for me? I'm going to have a good look around." He pulled some gloves from his pocket and snapped them on. I had only taken a couple of strides when he called me back. "Was Mr. Butler always so messy?" He pointed to papers on the floor and an overturned chair. I schooled my features into an impassive expression. That must have happened when Lucas and Barnabas were struggling. "I don't know," I said carefully, although my heart was beating out of my chest. "I never came in here." Oakes simply nodded and turned away. I exhaled slowly and quietly and walked to stand by the door. What was I doing anyway, trying to protect Lucas? For all I knew, he had killed both Collier and Barnabas. Still, I could hardly tell the police. Even if Lucas was part of the faction, then clearly Aunt Agnes, as a member of the council, wanted to deal with it. Oakes didn't spend long looking around the cottage. "Let's go back to the manor," he said to me. "I'll send the forensics team in here now." An incoming text vibrated the phone in my pocket. I pulled it out and looked at the screen. It was Linda, asking me if I could come to her motel as soon as possible.
"I have something urgent to tell you,"
the text concluded. Chapter 13. I called Linda briefly on the way to the police station and said I would call by her motel after we had given our witness statements. Linda was shocked to hear that there had been another murder. "This is getting to be a habit," I said dryly as we climbed out of Aunt Agnes's car.
"Let's hope this is the last time,"
Aunt Agnes said. I turned to look at Aunt Agnes over the top of her car. "Are you sure it's safe for you to stay at Mugwort Manor? I mean, I know you don't want to go, but there have been 2 murders so far, and you've already been threatened. Well, more than threatened. Someone has already tried to kill you. Should you get away? To Europe, somewhere like that. Perhaps go and meet with the other members of the council." Aunt Agnes shook her head.
"These days we can all talk on Skype. We don't need to meet in person anywhere near as often as we did in the old days."
I could see there was no convincing her.
"Valkyrie, have you called Lucas yet?"
she asked me. I slapped myself on my forehead. "Oh, I forgot." I pulled my phone out of my jeans pocket, but Aunt Maud called out,
"Valkyrie?"
I followed her gaze to see Lucas striding up the street towards us.
"We'll go and leave you to speak to him in private,"
Aunt Agnes said. "No, wait." Too late. They were already halfway to the police station's entrance. I reluctantly turned to Lucas. "Pepper," he began, but I interrupted him. "Barnabas Butler was just murdered. We're here to give our witness statements." Lucas did a good job of looking surprised. It was quite an Oscar-winning performance, actually. "You're kidding. How did he die?" "Well, he wasn't strangled to death," I said snarkily. "After you tried to strangle him, he came to the manor for lunch." "What did you say?" Lucas put his hand on my arm. I shook off his hand. "I said he came to the manor for lunch."
Lucas frowned. What did you see before that? Don't act surprised, Lucas. I saw you trying to strangle him. Without waiting for Lucas to try to deny it, I pushed on. He had a bottle of water with him, as usual, and he refused to have any lunch, but he drank his water, and then he was pretty much dead straight after that. The police think it's 1080, the same poison that the murderer tried to kill Aunt Agnes with. My words all tumbled out one after another, as they always did when I was nervous. Lucas's jaw was working, and he still looked stunned. What was his problem? Had he not been trying to kill Barnabas after all? Maybe he had been trying to get some information out of him, information that he couldn't get now that Barnabas was dead. Lucas stepped closer to me. Pepper, something's going on. He put his hands on my shoulders, but I stepped away. I've got to go, I said. I turned and all but ran into the police station. Only Aunt Dorothy was there.
One of the detectives has taken Agnes inside to give her statement, and the other detective has taken Maud.
I nodded. I had hoped to go in first, because I was keen to get to Linda's and find out what she had to tell me. When I had called her, she insisted she had to tell me in person. Whatever it was, it didn't sound good. I wasn't one to handle suspense well. The best way to drive me mad was to keep something from me. Still, I had no choice but to wait until the detectives questioned me. Aunt Dorothy read some magazines while I Googled on my phone to see if I could find any spoilers about the latest Bachelorette. Just as I had given up, Aunt Agnes and Detective Oakes appeared. "Miss Jasper," Oakes said, looking at me. I put my phone back in my pocket and followed him down the corridor. This was a different interview room. I wondered how many interview rooms they had at police stations in small country towns. Sure, Lighthouse Bay was a bigger town than most, but it wasn't as if it was a city. "You've given more witness statements in the last week than most people have in a lifetime." I simply nodded. Oakes was right, sad to say. Still, there was no hint of accusation in his voice, and he asked me to go over the events. I did so at length, and then he asked me the same questions all over again. "Did you see what brand his water was?" he asked me. I shook my head. "No, but I do remember it had a blue lid and blue label." "Most of them do," Oakes pointed out. "Did he often carry a bottle of water?" I nodded. "I don't think I ever saw him without a bottle of water. He used to sit outside his cottage and paint the sand dunes. He always had a bottle of water with him. He even had a bottle of water when he went to the exhibition at the art gallery the other night." That seemed to get Oakes's interest. "Was he there with anyone?" I shook my head. "No, and I don't even know why he was there, because he didn't believe in exhibiting. He didn't believe people should get paid for their artworks." Oakes raised his eyebrows, but didn't comment on that. "And you say he had a bottle of water with him?" "Yes, and I'm pretty sure it had a blue lid and a blue label. I think it was the same brand every time I saw him." "So it was actually bought water. What I mean is, it wasn't a refill bottle." I thought back. No, it seemed to be a bought bottle, unless he filled the same one up over and over again. I felt my phone vibrate in my pocket, but I ignored it. "Miss Jasper, I'm quite concerned about your welfare and that of your aunts. Even if your aunts won't leave the manor, is there someone you could go and visit for a week or two?" "I'd like to. Really, I would, but I can't leave my aunts." Oakes put his head in his hands briefly, but looked up as Mason poked his head around the door and beckoned to him. Oakes went over to speak to Mason, so I pulled my phone out of my pocket. The text was from Lucas. "Pepper, we need to talk." When Oakes returned, his expression was more serious than previously. "These murders could be the work of someone who is quite unhinged." I interrupted him. "Do you mean a serial killer?" Oakes looked alarmed. "No, we don't use that word lightly. The attempts so far have been focused on the vicinity of Mugwort Manor, but they might spread further afield. Please don't repeat this to anyone, Miss Jasper." I assured him that I wouldn't. "So far, we are struggling to find a connection between the victims and the intended victim, your aunt," Oakes said. To be honest, we haven't made much progress in that regard. Is there anything you could tell me that could enlighten me?" I shook my head. "No." Oakes leant forward. "Is there anything, Miss Jasper, anything at all, no matter how insignificant, anything that seemed even slightly out of the ordinary?" His gaze was penetrating. If only he knew. I made a pretense of concentrating and then said, "No, not really. Nothing I can think of." My phone vibrated again, but I ignored it. "Please call me if anything comes to mind. It might seem insignificant to you, but it could prove to be most helpful in this case." As I walked back down the corridor to the waiting room, I checked my phone. There were several texts from Lucas. "Pepper, we need to talk. It's not what you think." "How does he know what I think?" I said rudely to my phone. Chapter 14. The aunts left me outside Linda's hotel. Aunt Agnes offered to come back for me if Linda was unable to take me back to the manor. My stomach twisted into knots as I walked the short distance to Linda's motel room door, waving to the aunts as Agnes took off with a squeal of tires. Linda had not sounded happy on the phone, and I was unable to shake a sense of foreboding. I was in such a state that I banged my shin on a white concrete pot containing a flourishing red geranium. When Linda met me at the door, her face was white and drawn.
"Pepper, come in."
I walked over to sit at the little round table in the corner of the room. I came straight to the point. "What is it?" My stomach twisted into knots. Linda appeared to be flustered.
"I don't know quite how to tell you this, Pepper," she began.
She sat opposite me. "Just tell me," I said. "There's no need to soften the blow. I assume it's something that's going to upset me." Linda's face flushed bright red.
"I really don't know how to tell you this, Pepper, but it's not good. It's about Lucas."
My stomach sank. The room receded slightly, and I wondered if I was about to faint. I briefly considered putting my head between my knees just in case. Instead, I took a few deep breaths.
"It's really going to upset you."
Linda wrung her hands. I swallowed and then found my voice. How bad could it be? "Please, just tell me, Linda. I'm already upset over Lucas. He's been acting really weird lately, and I saw him kissing a woman at the art gallery exhibition the other night." Linda did not look surprised.
"A blonde woman with short hair?"
I shook my head. "No, she had long dark hair." Linda bit her lip for a moment before speaking.
"Oh, that's not good. He's been seeing a woman who is staying at the motel, in the next room, in fact. This woman has short blonde hair. I think she's a lady of the night."
"A vampire?"
"No, I think she's from a brothel."
My worst fears were realized. I put my head in my hands. After a while, I sat up again. "Did he stay with her overnight?" Linda nodded.
"I'll say. The walls here are quite thin, and it sounded as if they were having an awfully good time. At first I thought it was possums fighting in the roof, but then—"
Her voice trailed away.
"Oh, I'm so sorry, Pepper. Sorry to say all that. I really did want to break it to you gently."
I didn't know what to say. I didn't want to burst into tears, so I dug one thumbnail under a fingernail to try to stop crying. Linda walked over to the side of the room and came back with a big box of chocolates.
"I bought these for you. I hope they help. I would have bought you ice cream too, only there's no freezer in the room, just that little bar fridge."
She gestured to the little stainless steel fridge under the TV. I thanked her and ate one chocolate. 5 more followed in quick succession. "I just can't believe it. I just can't believe it," I said again and again between mouthfuls. "I thought Lucas was nice. I thought he really liked me."
"He probably does really like you, but the trouble is he likes a few other women as well,"
Linda said with a grimace. "But he fooled me," I said in a plaintive tone. "I was completely fooled." Linda shrugged.
"Aren't we all? I thought Paul was nice, that's why I married him. I soon found out he was anything but nice. You've had a lucky escape, Pepper. At least you didn't marry him."
"I suppose so," I said doubtfully.
"It could be worse," Linda said. "You really could have married him and then had children even. Then you'd be going through a nasty divorce and a nasty custody battle. You'd be even more upset than you are now."
"I don't even know if that's possible." To my dismay, I burst into a flood of tears. Linda handed me a box of tissues and patted me on the back.
"Let it all out. It's better if you have a big cry and get it all out of your system."
I kept sniffling. "How could I have been so wrong about him?" I finally managed to ask. Linda shrugged.
"Do the police have any leads in the murders?"
she asked after an interval. I finished eating the latest chocolate I had popped into my mouth and looked at her. "Oh, I feel so bad. I've been going on and on about Lucas, but there's a murderer at large. Why, he nearly got to Aunt Agnes. No, the police don't seem to have any idea."
"You haven't told me what happened to the latest guest."
I realized that I hadn't had time to fill her in. The aunts invited Barnabas Butler over for lunch, but he said he had allergies and couldn't eat anything. He had a bottle of water with him. He always carried a bottle of water with him everywhere, and he was always drinking from it. Anyway, he drank about half the bottle in one go, and then minutes later, he was dead. Linda gasped.
"That's terrible."
I nodded. Someone must have broken into his cottage and poisoned his water bottle.
"That's so strange. That man you didn't know was murdered, and now your guest was murdered. There doesn't seem to be any connection, and then someone broke into the manor and poisoned your aunt's water too. Does Lucas have any idea who could be behind it?"
Linda slapped her hand over her mouth.
"Oh, forgive me, Pepper. I don't know what I was thinking, mentioning his name."
I shook my head. "No, that's okay. I have to put things into perspective. My relationship with Lucas, or what I thought was my relationship with Lucas, is nothing in the scheme of things, not when people's lives are in danger." I wished I could tell Linda everything. For a start, it would make me feel better, and she might even have some insight into the situation. Still, there was no way I could do that, not with it being such a big secret that Aunt Agnes was a member of the council.
"Pepper, is there anywhere you can go for a few weeks? I mean, away from Lighthouse Bay. It will get you away from the murderer, and it might make you feel better about Lucas."
I had to admit it was a tempting idea. "I really can't leave my aunts, as much as I'd like to get away from here. The police wanted us all to leave, but the aunts refused." Linda frowned.
"Please be careful, won't you?"
I assured her that I would. "Linda, would you mind taking me back to the manor? I can call Aunt Agnes to come and get me if you can't."
"Of course I will. Do you want to go right now?"
I nodded. "Yes, please." I was feeling quite restless. In fact, I would have been happier to pace up and down the room. It was all I could do to sit still. We walked out the door and stood on the veranda, right next to a wall of half-dead fuchsias. I noticed that a storm was brewing, but figured it wouldn't come to anything, just like the storm of the other day had petered out. Linda locked the motel room door, and we walked towards her car. Suddenly, she stopped.
"Oh no, I forgot my handbag. I won't be a moment."
She hurried back to her motel room. I stood there waiting for her, wrapping my arms around me, as a sudden chill wind blew up, sending a flurry of paper wrappers someone had so thoughtlessly discarded into the air. The door next to Linda's opened, and Lucas walked out. I turned the other way and tried to pretend I hadn't seen him. My ploy didn't work. He walked straight over to me. "Lovely day, isn't it, Valkyrie?" I glared at him. He knew I didn't like being called Valkyrie. He was wearing that silly baseball cap and big sunglasses again, and the old jeans. "Fancy meeting you here," I said in a monotone. He smirked at me. "Just visiting an old friend." He laughed. "A new friend. Actually a good friend. A very good friend." He was rubbing it in my face? What was wrong with him?
Linda walked out the door and did a double take when she saw Lucas. She hurried over to me and took me by the arm, turning me away from Lucas. Thankfully, her car was only a few paces away. She unlocked it, and I jumped in. Lucas stood there, waving to us, a grin on his face.
"What did he say to you?"
Linda asked me. He said he was visiting an old friend who was a very good friend. Linda, he was flaunting it at me. Linda gasped.
"What's wrong with him? You would think he'd try to keep it from you. Could he be on some sort of medication that has gone wrong? Is that at all possible?"
"I think he's just a scumbag," I said. "He's nothing like the Lucas I thought I knew. How could I have been fooled for so long?" Linda reached over and patted my arm.
"Don't blame yourself, Pepper. You couldn't have known. He fooled all of us. Lucky he finally showed his true colors before you got in too deep."
She gasped. I looked at her. "What's wrong?"
"Something just occurred to me. Since someone broke into Barnabas Butler's cottage and poisoned his water, what if someone broke into Lucas's cottage and put something in his witch's brew?"
I shook my head. "The 1080 is deadly. It only takes a tiny amount to kill someone."
No, I wasn't thinking of poison. What if someone got into Lucas's cottage and put something in his witch's brew, something to make him act so strangely and out of character?
I thought it over for a moment. Oh gosh, Linda, that gives me false hope. I would love to think someone did that, as terrible as it sounds. I can't think of any earthly reason why someone would do that, though.
"What earthly reason would there be for those 2 murders and the attempt on your aunt's life?" Linda asked me. "There's no rhyme or reason for those either."
I knew that the murders and the attempt on Aunt Agnes's life were in fact connected, but I couldn't tell Linda. Lucas wasn't in the line of succession to the council, so it made no sense that someone would spike his drink. And what would someone gain by making Lucas act so strangely? Still, a tiny part of me couldn't help but cling to the faint hope that someone had drugged Lucas, and that was why he was behaving so horribly. Chapter 15. "Would you like to come in?" I asked Linda when she came to a stop outside the manor. Linda shook her head.
"Thanks for asking, but I wanted to drive past a couple of new listings that have just come up for sale. Besides, don't think me rude, but I wouldn't be able to eat or drink anything in case it was poisoned. Perhaps I've just got a vivid imagination."
"I understand perfectly," I said. "I'll call you later. Thanks for taking me back to the manor." I went inside to tell the aunts that I was home, but I figured they already knew. Aunt Dorothy was peeking around the curtains at me. I used my new key to let myself in and walked into the living room where the aunts were sitting knitting. Aunt Dorothy, too, was now sitting knitting. Anyone would have thought she had been there for hours rather than watching out for my return.
"How are you, Valkyrie?"
Aunt Agnes said in a monotone, focusing on her knitting. I knew they were dying to find out what Linda had told me, so I put them out of their misery. Linda said that Lucas has been seeing a lady of the night in the very next motel room to Linda.
"Lucas has been seeing a vampire?"
Dorothy said in surprise. Aunt Agnes burst into laughter.
"Oh, Dorothy, sometimes you say the silliest things." "No, that was Valkyrie's polite way of referring to a call girl."
It took Dorothy a moment to process the information.
"A call girl? Oh, I see."
Her cheeks flushed bright red. Aunt Agnes turned her attention to me and sobered immediately.
"Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, Valkyrie. I never would have thought such a thing of Lucas. This must be so hard on you, my dear."
It was all I could do not to burst into tears once more. And it wasn't even the same woman he was kissing at the art gallery the other night. Aunt Maud's hand flew to her mouth.
"That's so out of character for Lucas. Admittedly, we don't know him well, but well enough to know that that seems rather strange."
It was then I remembered what Linda had said. Actually, Linda had an idea. She wondered whether someone had drugged Lucas. I knew they would immediately think I was talking about poison, so I hurried to add, I don't mean poison. I mean recreational drugs, the sort you find in the party scene. Surely one of those could make Lucas act like that. Aunt Agnes shot me a look that showed she thought I was indulging in a false hope, but Aunt Maud seemed to think it was a good idea. It doesn't seem all that far-fetched to me, Valkyrie. After all, someone poisoned Agnes's water and poisoned Barnabas's water, so it's not much of a stretch to think they could put a substance in Lucas's food or water.
What would anyone have to gain by making Lucas act out of character? Aunt Agnes said. And are there any drugs that can, in fact, make someone act so out of character?
She addressed the latter to me, and I shrugged. I don't have a clue. Is there anyone we can ask?
Google,
Aunt Dorothy said automatically.
I'll fetch my laptop.
While Dorothy was out of the room fetching in her laptop, Aunt Agnes focused her attention on me.
I know you don't want to think Lucas is
She appeared to be searching for the right words.
Not a nice person, she said finally. So don't get your hopes up thinking he has been drugged. While I admit it's a possibility, it's surely a remote one, and I can't think of any reason why a murderer would be motivated to make Lucas act out of character.
I tapped my head. I've got it, I said. They don't want him to investigate the murders because he's a cleaner. If he's acting all weird like this, he won't be able to investigate the murders. The look on Aunt Agnes's face showed she was entirely unconvinced. Aunt Dorothy hurried back into the room with her laptop and placed it on the coffee table in front of her. She pulled the coffee table over to the biggest sofa and sat down. Maud and Agnes sat on either side of her, while I leant over her shoulder.
What will I search?
Aunt Dorothy said, her fingers hovering over the keys.
I know.
She typed, drugs that make someone act like a man-whore and have bad taste in clothes. Both Aunt Agnes and Aunt Maud groaned. Dorothy, type in effects of recreational drugs. 15 minutes later, and we hadn't made much progress. Hydrocodone caused vomiting and itching, PCP caused hallucinations and aggressive behavior, and ice, well, that was just plain scary. Surely there must be one drug that makes Lucas act like he does, I said in despair.
Opium is an option,
Aunt Dorothy said cheerfully.
It does have a range of different symptoms, so I think we should put it on our list. Make a list, Valkyrie.
I hurried over to the closest cedar sideboard, one of 5 in the room, and opened the top drawer, in which I found a pen and notepad. I returned to my position behind the sofa and made a note that opium was a possibility.
Oh, look at this entry on ecstasy.
Aunt Dorothy tapped the screen, but since it was a touch screen, the page disappeared. It took Dorothy a few moments to find it again.
It doesn't sound like ecstasy at all,
Aunt Agnes said.
I'm sure Valkyrie didn't mention Lucas was involuntarily clenching his teeth or having nausea or chills. Was there any mention of blurred vision or cramped muscles, Valkyrie? Dilated pupils? Dry mouth?
I didn't see anything like that, although I couldn't see his eyes because he was wearing those big dark glasses. Dorothy appeared affronted.
It does say the person becomes overly excited.
What about cocaine? Aunt Maud said. I don't think it's as addictive as other drugs, and as it's part of the party scene, it fits with the way Lucas is behaving.
Dorothy at once searched the symptoms of cocaine use.
Add the word orally ingested to your search,
Aunt Maud said. Aunt Agnes muttered to herself,
That's 2 words and a terrible example of tautology.
Thankfully Maud did not argue with her, but stared at the screen. I leant over their shoulders and looked too. It seemed that no one could agree on how someone would react to cocaine taken orally. We came across several forums, and there was no consensus of opinion. Aunt Agnes turned around to me and raised her eyebrows. Turning back to the computer, she said,
I think this is a waste of time.
Aunt Maud tapped her arm.
Do we have anything else to do? Besides, it might make Valkyrie feel better."
Aunt Agnes looked over her shoulder and gave me a wide smile.
Of course. Forgive me, Valkyrie. I suppose you're right, Maud. It won't hurt to see if Lucas has been drugged.
She suddenly slammed her hand to her forehead.
Of course.
"What is it?" Aunt Maud said.
It would have to be a drug that was odorless, tasteless, and colourless,
Aunt Agnes said.
That should help us narrow it down, assuming there is a drug in the first place.
She shot Maud a look as she said it. Maud disagreed.
"Have you ever seen Lucas drink water?"
Without waiting for an answer, she pressed on.
"I'm almost certain the drug would have to be in his witch's brew. That would disguise not only the colour, but also the taste and the smell."
"Of course," I said. "That makes perfect sense." Aunt Agnes crossed her arms over her chest and leant back on the sofa.
"Well then, let's say we find a few possible drugs. What are we going to do with that information?"
I was disheartened. I hadn't thought about that. Aunt Dorothy sat bolt upright and clasped her hands.
"I know. We'll send it to a lab."
I was doubtful. Are there any labs that do that sort of testing?
"Google, Dorothy,"
Aunt Maud encouraged her. After 5 minutes of only turning up labs that tested blood or urine from people, Aunt Dorothy finally found a lab in Australia that would test food or drink for recreational drugs.
"Look at that,"
she said gleefully, this time pointing at the screen without touching it.
"It tests for all these drugs: ecstasy, cocaine, opiates, amphetamine, ketamine, zolpidem, cannabis, steroids, methamphetamine, mephedrone, benzodiazepines, and methadone."
I was hopeful for the first time that day. "How much is it, though?"
"It will test 5 drugs for $135,
Aunt Dorothy said triumphantly.
"That's a true shopping bargain if ever I've heard one."
"It depends on the 5 drugs, Aunt Agnes said dryly.
"They might be obscure ones." "No, it includes cocaine, the one we thought was the best possibility, as well as amphetamines, cannabis, methamphetamine, and benzodiazepines," she said. "And if you want to test another drug, it's an extra $25 for each one."
"I hate to be a party pooper," Aunt Agnes said in a tone that revealed she was quite happy to be a party pooper. "But how many weeks does it take to get the results back?" Maud pushed Dorothy aside and peered at the screen.
"It's only 7 days. That settles it."
Aunt Agnes slumped in her seat.
"All right then, I'm outvoted. We'll just get a sample of witch's brew from Lucas's cottage and send it to the lab."
She said it as if it were going to be an easy thing to do. "How do you propose we do that?" I asked her. Aunt Agnes shrugged, but Aunt Maud piped up.
"You go, Valkyrie, on the pretext of wanting to speak to him. Wear a big coat, one of the ones with deep pockets. There's a cold wind outside. Take one of the oilskins from the hooks at the back door. Just make sure it doesn't have funnel web spiders in the pockets."
I thought she was joking, but the other aunts nodded solemnly.
"Put it on the ground and stomp on the pockets,"
Aunt Agnes said.
"Redback spiders rarely get into pockets, but funnel web spiders like to. Whatever you do, don't put your hands in the pockets until you stomp on the oilskin."
I broke into a cold sweat. Funnel web spiders are one of the most deadly spiders in the world. While no one had actually died from a bite since the anti-venom had been introduced in 1980, I sure didn't want to get bitten by one.
"Don't worry Valkyrie unnecessarily," Aunt Agnes said sternly. "At any rate, Lucas isn't at home yet. Anyone can see that his car is not outside."
I breathed a long sigh of relief. Aunt Agnes continued.
"We'll stand guard, Valkyrie, and the second we see his car coming, Dorothy will call you to give you time to get out, and Maud and I will delay him."
"Okay, I'll take the master key to the cottages." "Oh." The aunts all looked at each other as realization dawned on us.
"How could I have been so stupid?" Aunt Agnes said. "We didn't even tell the police about the master key."
"I'd forgotten all about the master key until Valkyrie mentioned it just now," Aunt Dorothy said. Aunt Maud nodded.
"Me too."
Well, whoever copied the keys to the manor obviously made a copy of the master key, too,
Aunt Agnes said thoughtfully, tapping her chin.
After all, it hangs on one of the hooks under one of the oilskins. Now we know how the murderer got access to Barnabas's cottage to poison his water.
I bit my lip, also feeling foolish that we hadn't thought of that before. And if Lucas has been drugged, it shows how they gained access to his cottage as well. Both Maud and Dorothy agreed, but Aunt Agnes remained silent. So what should I do? Is there a bottle I can pour some of the witch's brew into? The aunts hurried into the kitchen by way of response, and we rummaged through the cupboards searching for a bottle.
I have a better idea,
Aunt Agnes said after a few moments.
Valkyrie, take a bottle of witch's brew and simply swap it with his bottle. Just find an open bottle of witch's brew, see how much is left in it, pour out a bit from your bottle, and swap the bottles. What could be more simple?
You'll have plenty of time. Aunt Maud nodded as she spoke. Like Agnes said, we'll distract him, and make sure you have your phone in your pocket so Dorothy can call as soon as we see him. You'll have plenty of time to make the swap. Aunt Agnes agreed.
It's a foolproof plan. What could go wrong?
Chapter 16. Aunt Dorothy handed me the oilskin on which she had already jumped up and down to dispose of any funnel web spiders hiding in the pockets. Aunt Agnes handed me an opened bottle of witch's brew. Aunt Maud was already looking around the curtains to make sure Lucas didn't come back.
Now remember the plan, Aunt Agnes said. Is your phone on?
I checked. Yes, and the sound is turned up to maximum. Aunt Agnes nodded her approval.
Off you go, and remember not to sneak over there. There should not be anyone else out there, but if there is and they see you, it will just look like you're going to Lucas's cottage for a legitimate reason.
I sure hoped she was right. I clutched the bottle of witch's brew to me and walked outside. The wind was quite strong now, although the skies were blue. A gust blew some sand into my eyes. I put down the bottle and dabbed at my eyes with a tissue. I checked my phone just to be on the safe side. I wasn't cut out for the spy business. By the time I reached Lucas's cottage, which was only a short distance away, my stomach was churning and I had broken into a cold sweat. I opened the cottage gate and walked along the pathway to the front door. Roses lined the pathway to his cottage, and the strong wind was already doing some damage. Petals lay strewn across the pathway. I looked down at the rose petals with regret. In another context, this could have been romantic, me walking along a petal-strewn pathway to Lucas's door. I shook my head and forced myself to walk on. I was careful not to make any sound, although why I bothered I didn't know. Lucas wasn't home, and there was no one else to hear me. I put my left hand in my pocket for the master key and my right hand on the doorknob. Just then, my fingers touched something. I knew it was only the keys, but too late. Talk of funnel web spiders had frightened me, and I lurched forward into the door. It swung open. My first reaction was surprise that Lucas had left his door unlocked. My second reaction was shock, because Lucas was sitting at the kitchen table, bending over his laptop. "Lucas," I said. He seemed just as surprised to see me. "Valkyrie, to what do I owe the pleasure?" I was dumbstruck. Finally, I gathered my wits. "Sorry to barge in. I was about to knock, but I put my hand in my pocket and thought I touched a funnel web spider." Lucas just sat there, his mouth open, and then he reached for the baseball cap and sunglasses sitting next to him and put them on. "A headache," he explained. "I'm a bit light-sensitive at the moment." Oh. I didn't know what else to say, but my annoyance at his behavior got the better of me. "So you've been having fun at one of the local motels?" He left the table and walked around to face me. "Jealous?" He smirked at me. I didn't know how to respond, so I held out the bottle. "I've brought you some witch's brew." "Thank you." He reached for the bottle, but I snatched it back. "How about I pour us a glass?" He bit his lip. "I don't have much time, so I have to decline." It was then I remembered his car wasn't there. "Lucas, where did you park your car?" He put his finger to his lips. "That's a secret, Valkyrie. I didn't want anyone to know I was home." "Because of the murders?" He nodded. "I just have to shut down this computer and be on my way." I walked over to his fridge and opened the door. Sure enough, there was a bottle of witch's brew in there. I glanced back at Lucas, but he was tapping away at his keyboard. I quickly swapped the bottles. I was fairly certain he hadn't seen me. I didn't have time to pour any of the contents out, so I hoped that Lucas would not remember that it wasn't a full bottle. I walked back over to him. "Lucas, are you feeling well?" Lucas shut the laptop and stood up. "Why do you ask?" "You've been acting very strangely lately." "Yes, I haven't been myself." He laughed. "Are you worried about me, Valkyrie?" I glared at him. "You know I hate being called Valkyrie." He didn't speak for a moment, and then said, "Sorry, I wasn't trying to be irritating." "Well, you succeeded," I said. He stepped over to me. "What can I do to make it up to you?" He was close now, but instead of his usual musky scent of citrus and wood smoke, he reeked of cheap, floral aftershave. "You've even changed your aftershave," I said, surprised. Lucas took me by my shoulders. "I didn't want to tell you this, but I've been having blackouts lately. Memory losses, if you will. I'm quite concerned about it." Relief hit me like a ton of bricks. "Oh, Lucas," I said, throwing my arms around his neck. "The aunts and I think someone has been drugging your witch's brew." Lucas gave a little jump. "You're kidding." I shook my head. "I saw you kissing a woman at the art gallery." Lucas held me away from him. "Please tell me you're making that up." I shook my head. "And you stayed a few nights with a prostitute next door to Linda's motel room." Lucas made a strangled sound that seemed something like a laugh, but I expected it was a sound of remorse. He sat on the edge of the table and wiped his forehead with one hand. "It's worse than I thought. You know, I can't even remember your name. I really thought it was Valkyrie." I was deeply concerned. "Pepper." "Pepper," he repeated. "Yes, that's coming back to me now. Pepper, if you don't mind me asking, what is the state of our relationship?" I was deeply embarrassed. "Well, it's like this," I stammered. Lucas interrupted me. "I'm sorry. I've embarrassed you. I take it our relationship is just starting." I averted my eyes and nodded. "I do remember kissing you. It's all coming back to me." With that, Lucas crossed to me in a few large strides, pulled me to him, and kissed me. It was not how he usually kissed me, so I pushed him away. He had once pulled me back to him and kissed me so roughly that I had to stomp on his foot to make him let me go. "I don't know what's wrong with you, Lucas, but I'm going to find out," I said. I hurried out his door with the bottle of witch's brew and then sprinted all the way to the manor. I hurried through the back door and bolted it behind me, just in case Lucas came after me. The aunts weren't there, of course. They were still standing guard for Lucas at the front of the manor. Still clutching the bottle of witch's brew, I hurried through the house. Aunt Agnes was the first to see me, and she called out to the other two. "Valkyrie is back." Aunt Agnes hurried over to me. "Is that his bottle?" I nodded and then burst into tears. Aunt Agnes put her arm around me and guided me into the living room, where she made me sit on an ancient, squeaky wing-back chair upholstered in the most lumpy manner possible. "Tell us what happened." "Lucas was in his cottage," I said. The aunts exchanged glances. "But his car isn't outside," Aunt Dorothy said. I shrugged. "He said he didn't want anyone to know he was home," I explained. Aunt Maud patted me on the shoulder. "How did you manage to swap the bottles over?" It was easy. I took the offered tissue from Aunt Dorothy and dabbed at my eyes. He said he was shutting down his laptop and then leaving, so I sneaked behind him and swapped the bottles.
Did he see you?
Dorothy said. I shook my head. I don't think so, but he told me he's been having memory lapses. I told him I saw him kissing that woman, and I told him that he spent a few nights next door to Linda's motel room with another woman.
And what did he have to say for himself?
Aunt Agnes asked angrily. I sniffled into my tissue before speaking. He seemed really surprised. He said he hasn't been himself lately, and he couldn't even remember my name. He's even wearing horrible strong aftershave, the horrible cheap kind that makes you feel sick to the stomach when you smell it. And what's more, he kissed me. That remark was met with deathly silence. I stopped dabbing at my eyes and looked at the aunts. Their mouths were all forming perfect O's.
Is that the first time he's kissed you?
Dorothy asked me. Aunt Agnes made a snorting sound.
Honestly, Dorothy, sometimes you can be so dense. Of course it is not the first time he's kissed her. You know that.
Dorothy crossed her arms over her chest.
Of course I didn't know that. How would I know that? If I had known that, then I wouldn't have asked her, would I?
Aunt Maud sighed. It's obvious that they have kissed, Dorothy. Honestly. She looked at me and then added, You weren't happy that he kissed you. I shook my head. It wasn't a nice kiss. Aha! Maud waved her finger in Aunt Agnes's face. I told you he was drugged, and this proves it. You wouldn't believe me, but I told you that Lucas was drugged.
I knew he was drugged too,
Dorothy said in a whiny tone.
Agnes was the one who said he wasn't drugged. Isn't that right, Agnes? Are you still saying he wasn't drugged?
Aunt Agnes's eyes narrowed.
I still don't know whether he was drugged or not, but something funny is going on with Lucas.
We'll send a sample to that lab today by express post, Maud said. Then in a week we will know whether or not Lucas was drugged. A whole week, I said, more to myself than to anyone. Aunt Maud shot me a smile of encouragement. I know it sounds like forever, dear, but it will be over before you know it. I don't want to be around Lucas for a whole week, not the way he is now. I hope the lab finds something, and I hope there is an antidote. And what's more, I hope the antidote works fast.
That's a lot of hoping,
Aunt Dorothy said as she picked up her knitting and sat on the sofa.
There's no time for knitting, Aunt Agnes scolded her. We have to find a bottle to send the witch's brew to the lab in, and it can't be a contaminated bottle. By that, I mean it can't have had other substances in it, so it should be a bottle we haven't used before. We'll need to wrap it well so it won't break, and take it to the post office and send it by express post.
Dorothy jumped to her feet.
Oh no, I've just realized something.
Chapter 17.
What is it, Dorothy? The murderer is Barnabas's heir. Barnabas's heir is the faction member. The murderer had to get both Collier and Barnabas out of the way.
I realize that, Dorothy, Aunt Agnes said through clenched teeth, but we had no idea who Collier's successor was, and now we are no closer to finding out Barnabas's successor. Dorothy shook her finger at Aunt Agnes.
That's where you're wrong. We have Barnabas's address. We gave it to the police.
Aunt Agnes's face lit up.
Yes, you're right, Dorothy.
She took off at a fast pace to the office, with all of us hurrying behind. When Dorothy brought up the booking records on the screen, we saw that Barnabas's address was in Bulladila, a small town on the river between Lighthouse Bay and Newcastle. That's good news, I said.
What makes you say that?
Aunt Agnes asked me. Bulladila is a small town, so there can't be too many lawyers there. What if Barnabas had lived in Sydney or Melbourne? Then we'd be really stuck. Aunt Agnes nodded.
I take your point. Valkyrie, Google the names of lawyers in Bulladila.
I squeezed past the aunts and made my way to the office desktop. It didn't take me long to find the lawyers.
"Oh my gosh," I said.
"What is it?"
Aunt Agnes looked over my shoulder. "There are 15 lawyers in Bulladila. I thought there would be only 1 or 2. Aunt Agnes pointed to the screen.
"See that there? It just says these lawyers service the Bulladila area. They might not be from Bulladila itself."
"But it doesn't matter whether they're in Bulladila itself or not," I said. "It just means that Barnabas had more options than I thought."
"Oh, I see what you mean."
Agnes nodded.
"Well then, let's get started."
"Get started?" I echoed. "What do you intend to do?"
"We'll call all the lawyers that service the Bulladila area and ask them if Barnabas was a client of theirs."
Aunt Maud shook her head. "What if he had a lawyer from Sydney or Newcastle? We can't call thousands of lawyers."
Agnes pursed her lips. "You're right, Maud, we can't. We can, however, call these 15 lawyers that service the Bulladila area. If he didn't use one of these, then we will have to think of something else."
"Or give up," Maud said. Aunt Agnes shrugged.
"We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I'll tell the lawyers that Barnabas died here at our bed and breakfast establishment and that we want to know if he has any relatives to attend his funeral. That sounds believable."
I had to admit that it did. After Aunt Agnes called 10 lawyers, I was not so optimistic. However, she struck gold on the 11th call.
"Hello, my name is Agnes Jasper. I run a bed and breakfast at Lighthouse Bay. One of our guests, Barnabas Butler, passed away, and the police could find no record of his relatives. He gave his address as Bulladila. We wonder if he was a client there. We wish to contact his relatives to inform them of what happened to him."
"I'll check. Could you hold the line a moment?" The voice spoke again after an interval. "That's right. Barnabas Butler of 88 Willow Lane, Bulladila. Would that be the same gentleman?"
"That's him,"
Aunt Agnes said, giving us the thumbs up. "His lawyer is, was, Mr. Bob Watson. Mr. Watson is out of the office at the moment, but could I have your number and he can call you back?" Aunt Agnes beamed from ear to ear as she supplied the number to the receptionist. After Agnes hung up, she turned to us gleefully.
"Let's go to Bulladila right now."
"But it's 2 hours away," I protested. "Come to think of it, why was Barnabas here when he lived so close?"
"He said it was a painting holiday,"
Aunt Agnes reminded me.
"There's a river at Bulladila, but it's a long way from any beaches. Besides, I have to think it had something to do with meeting Collier here."
"Yes, that had to be it," I said. "It would be far too much of a coincidence to have Collier and Barnabas in the same place and right near another member of the council." Aunt Agnes looked at her watch.
"Hurry, let's go to Bulladila. The lawyer will be well and truly back from lunch by the time we get there, and we'll give him the 3rd degree. In a nice way, of course. We can go to the post office on the way."
15 minutes later, we were squeezed into Aunt Agnes's little car, speeding down the Pacific Highway to Bulladila. It was a good stretch of road, although quite boring, with the same bushland scenery on both sides of the road. All the towns were bypassed, so there wasn't much to see. We had only been driving for half an hour when Dorothy piped up.
"I'm hungry. I'm thirsty too. I didn't want to drink any water at home in case it was poisoned."
Aunt Agnes grunted.
"I'm sure the murderer didn't poison the town water supply." "Why do you always treat me as if I'm stupid, Agnes?"
Dorothy leant forward from her position next to me in the back seat and stuck her head between Agnes and Maud.
"You know we have that jug that turns water alkaline, and I was worried that someone poisoned it. I'm going to buy a bottle of water at the next place we stop."
"It won't be alkaline water," Aunt Agnes said.
"They sell alkaline water now,"
Dorothy said angrily.
"Only at health food shops, I'm sure,"
Aunt Agnes said.
"Anyway, stop talking. You're distracting me. I need to concentrate on my driving."
She abused a driver who had overtaken her.
"I'm doing the speed limit, you fool,"
she called to the passing car. I hope the police get you. You shouldn't be allowed on the road."
"I need a bathroom break," Dorothy said.
"Didn't you go before we left?" Aunt Agnes asked her.
"I did, but I had too much coffee this morning."
Aunt Agnes muttered to herself. "All right, then, at the next town. The next town, Maud, can you check it on the iPad?" Aunt Maud did as she was told. It's a town called Kalongalook. It's not far from here, Dorothy." We fell into silence for a while, though I noticed Aunt Agnes kept checking her rearview mirror. Finally, I asked, "Are we being followed?"
"I'm not entirely sure,"
Aunt Agnes said.
"We will know once we stop at that town. There's a white car that has been sitting the same distance behind us ever since we left Lighthouse Bay. If I drive slowly, it goes slowly, and if I speed up, it does too. It might be nothing, but it's making me a little nervous."
Aunt Dorothy and I turned around and looked out the back window. "I can see the white car," I said. When we reached Kalongalook, Aunt Agnes stopped her car behind the petrol station on the left side of the road. Aunt Dorothy jumped out of the car and made a beeline for the bathroom.
"See, that white car hasn't passed us, yet I saw it just before we pulled in,"
Aunt Agnes said. I looked out the window. It will be interesting to see what happens when we leave here. After we all had a bathroom break and bought sandwiches and bottles of water, we were back on the road. We had only gone about 5 kilometers when Aunt Agnes spoke again.
"Yes, that car is following us again."
Aunt Dorothy looked out the back window.
"Are you sure it's the same car? White cars are a dime a dozen. It would be hard to know one from the other."
"I'm pretty sure it's the same car," Aunt Agnes said. "It has Victorian plates." The car continued to maintain the same distance behind us all the way down the Pacific Highway. Aunt Agnes deliberately pulled over into 2 roadside rest stops, even though no one was now in need of a bathroom break. And just as well, too, because the rest stops had composting toilets. While composting toilets were allegedly good for the environment, they certainly weren't good for anyone with a sense of smell. Each time Agnes drove out of the rest stop, the car with Victorian plates appeared the same distance behind her.
"We have a tail for sure,"
Aunt Agnes said.
"Who do we know from Victoria?"
Aunt Dorothy asked her. Aunt Maud turned around. "It's likely a hire car, Dorothy." I thought the whole thing to be a consummate waste of time, but I was hardly likely to point that out to the aunts. Besides, I expected Aunt Agnes felt better being proactive, rather than sitting around at the manor waiting for the lawyer to call, and more to the point, waiting for someone to make the next attempt on her life. If I were in her shoes, I would certainly be restless. My head collided with the window as Aunt Agnes veered the car suddenly off the road to the left.
"Sorry, everyone,"
she said, pointing to a sign.
"I didn't realize Bulladila was bypassed."
Bypassed it was. We drove up a hill and across a high bridge before winding our way down to the little township itself.
"It's quite a peaceful little town. Not many houses here,"
Aunt Dorothy said.
"We haven't reached the town yet,"
Aunt Agnes said with a note of exasperation. Dorothy was unperturbed.
"Oh, that explains why there aren't any houses."
I wondered how the town was faring, given that it seemed to be only recently bypassed. The petrol stations we passed were empty, and there was barely any traffic on the road. Finally, Aunt Agnes turned the car into what was clearly the main street. There was a park next to a large pub on the river and several other shops.
"There's the lawyer's office,"
Aunt Agnes said.
"right next to that fish and chip shop."
We climbed out of the car. I stretched and clutched my back. "How are we going to play this?" I asked Aunt Agnes.
"Follow my lead," she said
as she took off across the road. Dorothy, Maud, and I had no option but to follow her. She opened the door and we filed in behind her. It was a small office, although nicely painted and had several large potted plants. The receptionist looked up and smiled.
"How may I help you?" "I called earlier," Aunt Agnes said, "and one of the lawyers, Mr. Bob Watson, was going to call me back." Barnabas Butler, a client here, died at our bed and breakfast establishment at Lighthouse Bay, and we need to know who we can contact about him."
"Oh, yes, I remember," the receptionist said in an animated voice. "I'll get Mr. Watson to call you." Aunt Agnes was visibly taken aback.
"You haven't given him the message yet."
The receptionist shook her head. "No, he's away for the day, maybe 2. As soon as he gets back to the office, I'll have him call you straight away." My spirits sank. This had been a wild goose chase. Aunt Agnes thanked her.
"Would you ask him as a matter of urgency, please? We need to contact his relatives as soon as possible, as you would understand."
The receptionist nodded vigorously. Of course, of course. Well, have a nice day." We all walked out of the lawyer's office dejected.
"That was a waste of time,"
Aunt Dorothy said sadly.
"I'll say it was."
Aunt Agnes seemed quite annoyed.
"If only the receptionist had told me that the lawyer was out of town, not just out of the office. I thought he had just gone to lunch."
"You know what they say about assumptions, don't you, Agnes?" Dorothy said.
"No, what do they say?"
Aunt Agnes snapped. We had reached the car, and Aunt Dorothy's hand paused on its way to the car door.
"Oh, I don't know. Nothing good, anyway."
Aunt Agnes grunted as we got into the car.
"Has anyone seen that white car with Victorian plates?"
she asked. I got back out of the car and looked up and down the street. I can't see any plates from here because it's all angle parking. That could be it down there. It's a white car, but like I said, I can't see the plates from here. Aunt Agnes waved her hand at me.
"Never mind. Sure as eggs it will follow us all the way home."
"Should we do something to confuse whoever it is?" I asked her. "Like maybe going to the pub or going to the fish and chip shop?" Aunt Agnes was silent for a moment and then said,
"It might be an idea, but whoever it is would have already seen us going to the lawyer's office. I think we have given the game away, not that it probably matters too much. Now, is anyone hungry?"
Soon we were driving north on the Pacific Highway, headed back to Lighthouse Bay, clutching bags of hot chips. Sure enough, the white car with Victorian plates was following us at a distance.
"If anyone needs a bathroom break, you're going to have to wait until we get to that town with the funny name,"
Aunt Agnes said.
"I don't think it's safe to pull over in one of the rest areas in case whoever it is in that car confronts us, or worse."
I was on edge all the way home. I felt under siege with someone following us, and we had run out of suspects. What's more, it looked like we were some time away from finding out Barnabas's successor. Lucas was still acting weirdly. For all I knew, he could have been the one following us. It seemed that nothing was going right. Chapter 18.
"That was a relief. The car with Victorian plates didn't follow us here once we turned off at Lighthouse Bay, and we didn't have any close encounters with kangaroos on the way home."
Aunt Agnes brought the car to a stop.
"There's nothing worse than driving through the bush at dusk. Too risky for the roos, and too risky for us."
"I'm exhausted," I admitted. I yawned widely. Aunt Agnes turned around to look at me.
"Valkyrie, you mustn't stay in your cottage until all this is over. I know you're not a target, not as far as we know, but we need to err on the side of caution."
I didn't need to be told twice. "Sure, I'll stay at the manor." I was too scared to go back to my own cottage, truth be told.
"I think we should all have a nice dinner and then go to bed early,"
Aunt Agnes said. My spirits lifted. That sounded a good idea to me.
"First, we will do a protection spell."
My spirits plummeted. A protection spell? How long will it take? Aunt Agnes shot me a look of disapproval.
"As long as necessary. We need to do a protection spell for the manor and for each one of us."
I sure hoped it wouldn't require much energy, because I was beat. It was all I could do to drag my tired body to the front door of the manor. Once safely inside, Aunt Agnes sent Dorothy to fetch 4 railroad spikes.
"What do you know about railroad spikes, Valkyrie?"
I searched my memory banks. Nothing, really. Only that Spike from Buffy got his name from railroad spikes. Aunt Agnes's jaw fell open. We don't mention that show within these four walls. She shuddered. Railroad spikes are valuable as they are forged iron. We will drive one into the ground at each corner of the manor after we dress them with fiery wall of protection oil. I nodded. Oh, yes, I know about fiery wall of protection, frankincense and myrrh, as well as the Indonesian resin, dragon's blood. Aunt Agnes beamed. That's right. Dorothy, do you have those spikes yet? We don't want to be out in the dark for too long. The four of us stayed close to each other as we walked around the manor, using a hammer to drive in a railroad spike at each of the corners. The aunts then drove sticks of devil's shoestring into the ground to keep enemies away. Agnes unlocked the front door and let us back in, along with Hecate, who was sitting on the porch demanding her dinner. Was that it? I asked hopefully. Aunt Agnes shook her head. That was just the beginning. Valkyrie, you feed the cat, and Maud and Dorothy and I will fetch the supplies. Meet us back in the foyer. I did as I was told. When I went back to the foyer, Dorothy was muttering something to the big gilt mirror on one of the walls. Aunt Agnes followed my gaze and chuckled. Don't worry, Valkyrie. Dorothy isn't having a problem with her eyesight again. She's just refreshing the protection spell on the mirror. Now we are all going to do a binding spell, and then after that we'll all have to have cleansing baths. Aunt Agnes walked into the living room and I followed her. Aunt Maud appeared to be cleaning the fireplace. Agnes turned to me. Valkyrie, it is imperative you don't look into the mirror. If you look into the mirror, please tell me, because it will have to be replaced. That would be a nuisance, so I caution you not to look in the mirror. Sure, I said. I won't look in the mirror. Aunt Agnes smiled. Maud, do you have the dolly baby? Maud waved a little wooden figure at her. I had seen them in craft shops, but I didn't know what they were used for. Since we don't know the name of the murderer, we will just write "the murderer" on a piece of paper like this, Aunt Agnes said. She wrote the words on a piece of paper and then tied them with a black string around the wooden figure. Valkyrie, this is a binding work. We are binding the murderer. Normally, if we know the name of the person we are binding, we write their name on the name paper and we dress the dolly baby to look like the person. As we don't know who the murderer is, in this case, we will just write the words "the murderer." Does that make sense? I said that it did. Aunt Maud interrupted her. Now we tie that dolly baby's hands behind its back, and we tie a piece of string around its mouth and put a piece of tape across its eyes. This means that the murderer won't be able to see or hear what's really going on, and their hands are tied behind their back, figuratively speaking. That's right, Aunt Agnes said. I've also written the words "the murderer" on this name paper, and I'm going to burn an upside-down black candle on it along with sulphur, black pepper, red pepper, copper, and salt. We will put that on top of a mirror, so this is when you have to make sure you won't look in the mirror. Aunt Agnes sure was worried about me looking in the mirror. I won't look in the mirror, I said again. I watched with fascination as Aunt Agnes set a small mirror tile in the fireplace and heaped the sulphur, black pepper, red pepper, copper, and salt on top. Aunt Maud handed her a black candle. She pulled off the little metal piece at the bottom of the candle and then pulled the wick through. She placed the name paper on top of the black salt mixture, which in turn was on top of the mirror tile, and then placed the upside-down black candle on top of that. Now, see that box there? Aunt Agnes indicated a rectangular cardboard box on the coffee table. We're going to put the dolly baby in that box with the ritual remains of the candle in the morning. We'll let the candle burn all night. It will be safe in the fireplace because I'll put the fire guard around it. In the morning, I'll put the ritual remains and the dolly baby in that box. The box has a piece of mirror tile glued to the bottom and to the lid of the box. Let me guess, I said. I'm not allowed to look in the mirrors.
That's right, Aunt Agnes said firmly. This is known as a binding work, and it will prevent the murderer from harming any one of us.
The aunts set about saying words over the candle and then lighting it. Finally, they all stood up, stretched, and rubbed their backs.
That's done, Aunt Agnes said. Now we all need to have cleansing baths.
Why is that? I asked her.
It's just routine after doing a binding work, she explained. Look in the bathroom cupboard for a glass jar labelled hyssop. There are plenty of ways to do these cleansing baths, but put some hyssop in your bath and light 2 white candles at either side of the bath. Traditionally, you would not towel yourself dry, you would air dry yourself, and then wear white clothes and sleep between white sheets. But that idea doesn't usually work for our climate, and to tell you the truth, I usually don't bother with it. Valkyrie, you can have your cleansing bath now, and we'll do the same, and then I'll make dinner.
I bounded up the stairway, fueled by a fresh burst of energy. A nice bath, dinner, and then bed beckoning to me. I lay in the bath, trying to relax. Normally, I found baths relaxing, but all I could think about was Lucas. Was he, in fact, drugged? Had we packed enough bubble wrap around the bottle when we had sent it to the lab? I'm sure Australia Post would be none too thrilled if wine leaked out of the package. Or was I simply being too hopeful? My parents had always said I was a super optimist, so did I instead need to face facts? I thought Lucas was a completely different person. Had I been wrong? Was this the real Lucas? Had he dropped his guard and was now showing his true self? I got out of the bath, wrapped a towel around me, and went to the bedroom to peek behind the curtains at Lucas's cottage. The lights were on. He hadn't texted me for hours. Was he having one of his memory lapses? Or was he lying about the memory lapses? I couldn't be sure, and not knowing was driving me crazy.
"It's me,"
said Aunt Dorothy's voice, preceded by a loud knock.
"I bought this for you earlier today."
I opened the door, and Aunt Dorothy handed me a big shopping bag.
"I know you fetched some clothes from your cottage, but I figured you hadn't brought a bathrobe. I felt bad for you having to wear that awful bathrobe of Agnes's, so I bought you some lovely nightwear and a nice bathrobe to cheer you up."
I was touched. "Thank you. That's so kind and thoughtful of you, Aunt Dorothy." She beamed and kissed me on the cheek.
"I like to buy myself nice lingerie every time a man dumps me, so I thought I should do the same for you."
She smiled broadly once more and then shut the door. I reached into the shopping bag and pulled out a flimsy item and a silky kimono. I looked in the bag for more, but that was it. I figured the kimono was meant to be worn as a bathrobe. It was very nice, gorgeous in fact, but awfully short. I held the flimsy item up to the light. It was black lace and there wasn't much of it. It had a plunging neckline and an even more plunging back. I had to wear both items to dinner. After all, I couldn't offend Aunt Dorothy. It wasn't that I didn't like them. They were beautiful. It's just that they were a little too revealing. They would have been ideal for a night with Lucas. I slumped onto the edge of the bed as a wave of sadness hit me. What was going on with the man? I would just have to get over him. There was no point trying to look for the good in him or hoping he had been drugged, as that would provide an excuse for his actions. I would have to put Lucas behind me and move on. Chapter 19. Despite being emotionally drained and distraught, I had slept soundly the previous night. I awoke early. I got up and peeped through the curtains and then tried to get back to sleep. My attempts to sleep were futile, so I went back to the curtains to sneak another look at Lucas's cottage. This time I saw Lucas leaving, walking towards the parking area. He hadn't texted me the previous night, so things were now pretty clear. Whatever there had been between us was now over. I staggered downstairs to the coffee machine and switched it on. While it was heating, I remembered the black candle in the fireplace,
so I walked into the living room to check it out. It was still burning, but only just. I was careful not to look in the mirror under the candle. Hecate was staring with disdain at her nearly full bowl of dry cat food. I put some more cat food onto the top of it, and she pounced on it and ate it greedily. I slowly ate a slice of Vegemite toast and drank some coffee. There was no sign of the aunts. Perhaps they had been more tired than I was. I was glad of that, in a way, because I didn't want any more teasing about the kimono.
"Now you look like a lady of the night, and I don't mean a vampire,"
Aunt Agnes had said over dinner when Aunt Dorothy was out of earshot. Aunt Agnes and Aunt Maud had evidently thought my short kimono was hilarious, but they had been careful to curb their mirth when Aunt Dorothy was within earshot. Luckily, they hadn't seen what was under it. I had no intention of getting dressed until I'd had sufficient caffeine to function normally. Although I had slept soundly, I felt drained. No doubt it was the heartbreak over Lucas and the worry over the murders. There had been no word from the police, so clearly they had not made any progress. And why would they? The police were not in possession of all the facts, namely, that this was all about succession to the Vampire Council. After my second cup of coffee, there was still no sign of the aunts, so I decided to go back to my room to get dressed. I couldn't resist another peek out of the window, despite silently scolding myself. I was turning into a stalker. There was no sign of Lucas. After all, I had seen him leave earlier. But there was Bella Barker going into Lucas's cottage. It must have been her day to clean the cottages. How could we have forgotten? It was imperative that Bella not clean Barnabas's cottage because the police had not informed us that they had finished with it yet. There was no time to get dressed. I would have to run over and tell her not to clean Barnabas's cottage. I didn't mind Bella seeing me in my skimpy clothing, so I hurried back down the stairs. I slipped on my socks and runners at the back door, chuckling at the sight I must look, and jogged over to Lucas's cottage. I slowed down once I reached the open gate and walked up the path to Lucas's door. I stopped, frozen to the spot, when I heard yelling. Who was Bella speaking to? Had Lucas returned, or was there someone else inside the cottage? Bella rushed out, slamming the door behind her. She stopped and gasped when she saw me. "Valkyrie!" "Bella, I came over to tell you not to clean Barnabas's cottage. The police haven't given it the all clear yet." "Sorry, what did you say?" I repeated myself, more loudly this time. "Sure." She made to push past me, but I stepped in front of her. "Is Lucas home?" Bella shook her head. "I finished with his cottage. Do you want me to clean any of the other cottages?" I shook my head. "No, that's fine. Lucas's is the only one. Is there anyone in there? I heard speaking." "That was just the TV. I like to have the TV on when I clean." I knew she was lying, and I didn't know what to do. She stood there watching me. I nodded. "Okay, sorry to get you out here for just one cottage." Bella shrugged. I walked back with her in the direction of the manor and said goodbye when she veered off towards the car park. I pretended to go inside the manor, but doubled back and hid behind the jasmine, waiting for her to drive away. When I saw her drive off, I was filled with resolve. I was going to get to the bottom of this once and for all. I ducked into the kitchen to see if the aunts were up yet, but there was still no sign of them. I grabbed my phone from the kitchen table in case they called and headed back to Lucas's cottage. I knocked, but there was no response. After the 5th time I knocked, I called out. "I know you're in there, Lucas. I heard you talking to Bella. We need to talk. I'm not going to go away until you let me in." I heard footsteps, and then the door opened. Lucas pulled the baseball cap down over his forehead so far that it nearly dislodged his sunglasses. "Valkyrie, I mean Pepper, what do you want?" Lucas's tone was curt, bordering on rude, and that made me furious. I pushed past him and stalked into his cottage. How dare you speak to me like that, Lucas? I can't believe how badly you've treated me. You led me on, and all the while you knew I had feelings for you. You're nothing but a... I couldn't find the words to finish my sentence. Not polite words, anyway. To my dismay, I burst into tears. The next thing I knew, Lucas's arms were around me. He held me to him. At first, I struggled, but he held me tightly and stroked my hair, murmuring soothing words. When his hands began to wander a little, I pulled away from him. "Lucas?" "What?" he said, casting an appreciative glance over me. "You can't come here dressed like that and expect me not to react. We both know what you want, so don't play hard to get." He took a step towards me, and I took a step back. I couldn't believe the way he was acting. Right then, my phone rang. "The aunts," I said aloud. I swiped my finger across the phone and set it to loud automatically, as I always did. "Hello?" "Pepper, we need to talk." I nearly dropped the phone. I stared at it in alarm. The caller ID said Lucas. Chapter 20. "How are you doing that?" I said to Lucas, the Lucas in front of me. "Doing what?" the Lucas on the phone said. My head spun. This was all too surreal. None of it made any sense. "Lucas?" I squeaked into the phone. "Pepper, what's happening?" The man in front of me snatched the phone from me and took it off loud. "I'm what's happening, baby brother." He laughed roughly at something Lucas said. "I won't harm her if you keep out of the way until I tie up some loose ends. I came here to drug your wine with some sleeping tablets, but now it looks as if I have a better way to keep you out of my hair." I couldn't hear what Lucas was saying, but his brother said, "Language, Lucas, language. You're making my ears burn." He laughed again, hung up, and then threw my phone across the room. "You won't need your phone where you're going." He grabbed my elbow and then twisted my arm behind my back. "Don't make a sound if you know what's good for you." I was deathly afraid. I was hoping he would take me back in the direction of the manor, where I had a chance of the aunts seeing us. But no such luck. He pushed me towards the sand dunes, and in no time at all we were out of sight of the manor. We were traveling fast, and every time I tripped, he pulled my arm so roughly that a searing pain shot through my shoulders. How could Lucas have such a brother? This man was the very antithesis to Lucas. Where Lucas was kind, this man was cruel. How could I have ever mistaken him for Lucas? I was ashamed of all the terrible things I had thought about Lucas. When we reached the prickly undergrowth at the edge of the sand dunes, I was glad I was wearing my runners. We soon reached a car on an old sandy track. I at once recognized it as the white car with the Victorian plates that had followed us to Bulladila and back. Lucas's brother opened the door and pushed me roughly into the passenger seat. As he walked around to get in the driver's seat, I considered making a run for it, but I was too far from the manor, and I was certain he could outrun me. "Now play nice, and it will go the better for you," he said. "My name is Lorcan O'Callaghan." He started the engine. "Did you really think I was Lucas?" He chuckled to himself. "Yes, I did," I admitted. "You never suspected that we were twins?" His tone was hard, unfeeling, cold. I shook my head. "It seems obvious now. I don't know how I didn't suspect it, as I watched The Property Brothers on Foxtel every night." "What are you going to do to me?" I don't know why I asked. I really didn't want to know. I feared the worst. After all, he had already killed 2 people, possibly more for all I knew. I always talk too much when I'm nervous or scared. "That entirely depends on my brother," he said. "For now, I'm going to lock you up somewhere nice and safe." He accelerated and steered the car away from Lighthouse Bay on the remote track that led to another coastal town. I had heard of the track, but I had never been out this way before.
Are you next in line to Barnabas? I was disturbed to hear that my voice was trembling. Lorcan looked across at me. What do you mean? Are you Barnabas's heir? Lorcan seemed to think my remark rather funny. No, I'm not. Then why did you kill Collier and Barnabas? I remembered Collier's last words. He must have been trying to say, beware of Lucas's brother. Lorcan laughed roughly. I didn't. I was relieved by his response. Maybe he didn't intend to kill me since he hadn't admitted to his crimes. Surely, if he intended to kill me, he wouldn't need to keep his misdeeds from me. I studied him carefully. He was still wearing the cap and sunglasses, but now I could see he did not look like Lucas. Sure, they were identical twins, but his jawline was not as strong, his posture not as good. He did not look as fit. It was not a well-travelled track, and I hoped the car would run into difficulty, but it was apparent to me that Lorcan had been out this way before. He knew where he was going, and he was clearly familiar with the road. I hoped he wasn't going to lock me in a dark room with bats, or worse still, spiders or snakes. We were in heavy bushland now, and this was eastern brown snake country. I was glad he had kidnapped me after I'd had my coffee, and then I considered that was a strange thing to think. Nevertheless, I felt I was more able to cope. If only I had been more appropriately dressed. The bushland track soon gave way to a clearing. We passed some ramshackle buildings, and then Lorcan pulled up next to a shearing shed. He opened the door and dragged me over to the old wooden building. I was terrified, so terrified that I could barely get my legs to move. I thought he intended to kill me right then and there, because I knew he could not lock me securely in a shearing shed. After all, there are always open pens and sheep chutes inside such buildings. He dragged me past a canvas swag and clothes flung over a wool sorting table. A coffee mug, thermos, and a half-eaten sandwich lay next to the swag, which was rolled up. A laptop sat nearby. This must be where he had been hiding out. I was greatly relieved when he shoved me roughly into a small room. You can stay here until... His voice trailed away. Who knows how long you will stay here? Anyway, scream all you like. No one will hear you. He slammed the door and I heard the bolt slide home. After a few moments, I heard him drive away. I tried the door, but it wouldn't budge. I looked around my prison. It smelt of lanolin and red dust. The walls were all old wooden slabs. The floors were of wood, and there were no windows. The walls did not extend all the way to the roof. There was a sizable gap between the top of the wall and the pitched roof, but the walls were far too high for me to scale. There was a wool sorting table, complete with pieces of wool stuck to it, in the corner of the room. I sized it up, but it was apparent that even if I stood on it, I would not be able to reach the top of the wall. The air was still. There was not a sound to be heard, not even a magpie. Presently, I heard the familiar twang of a kangaroo's tail hitting a wire fence as the kangaroo leapt over it. I shivered. Whether from cold or fear, I do not know. Some lengths of iron were missing from the roof. I noticed some old wool packs thrown in a corner, and I figured I could use those for warmth if I was still here by nightfall. I walked around the little room a few times and then sat in the corner on the wool packs after I had shaken them several times to make sure there were no spiders, snakes, or soldier ants in them. Look on the bright side, I said aloud to myself. It wasn't Lucas. It was his evil twin. That afforded me more than a small measure of comfort. Despite the fact I was imprisoned in a remote shearing shed in the middle of nowhere and might never be found, I was hugely relieved that Lucas, my Lucas, hadn't been consorting with other women after all. He had not undergone a personality change. Despite my dire circumstances, I wrapped a wool pack around my shoulders and smiled.
After basking in the happy thought that Lucas was the same old Lucas he had always been, I began to grow afraid. The optimist in me figured that Lucas could force Lorcan to tell him where I was, but what if Lorcan kept away from Lucas entirely? I'm sure he fully intended to do so. I had to find a way to escape. What would MacGyver do? I had no idea. Chapter 21. I screamed for help until my throat was sore. Sure, Lorcan had said that no one would hear me if I screamed, but how did I know he was telling the truth? It was likely that he was, but I couldn't think of anything else to do. I finally gave up. I tested every single floorboard to see if any boards were loose, but they were not. There was nothing lying around that would help me loosen a floorboard, not even an old teaspoon. I walked around the walls, pushing my fingers behind any boards I could and trying to pull them off. That didn't work either. I looked up at the roof again. Surely there was a way to reach the top of the wall. If I could, I would be free. I dragged the wool sorting table over to a wall and climbed up on the table. I jumped up and down, trying to reach the top of the wall. It was well and truly out of reach. If only there had been a chair in the room, I could have put it on top of the table. The sun was rising in the sky, and the day was getting warmer. I didn't want to be sitting under a tin roof in the Australian sun without water. I had to get out. I looked at the wool sorting table again. It was a typical wool sorting table, the top comprised of narrow slats. I wondered if I could get one of the slats loose and use it as a lever to wedge one of the planks out of a wall. Then I had another idea. I took off the cord around my kimono and threaded it through a plank in the wall that had a gap above and below it. I put my fingers under the lower gap and tried to catch the cord, but it wouldn't sit flat. The wind blowing through the shearing shed moved the flimsy silken cord out of reach. Still, the wind couldn't last forever. I left the cord dangling there and walked around the room one more time looking for something I could put through the gap to hook the cord to me. I had already looked through the room, but I was desperate. Another scan of the room found nothing, as I had expected. I went back to the cord and stuck my fingers through the gap under the wood again. I reached for it, but the wind was still blowing it out of my grasp. I pulled the cord back through and doubled it over. That proved to be just as unsuccessful as my first attempt. I pulled it out of the gap once more, and this time tied knots at intervals to weigh it down. I pushed my fingers through the gap, but the cord was still a little out of reach. I pushed harder and harder until the palm of my hand hurt. Finally, I grasped it. I pulled the bottom of the cord through the gap and then looped the top of the cord through it. I pulled and pulled with all my might, trying to loosen the end of one of the boards. The kookaburras outside appeared to be mocking me, laughing at my efforts. I put in one more strong effort, and one end of the board came out of the wall. I grabbed the board and pulled as hard as I could, trying to get the other end out of the wall. There were 2 long nails holding it in place, so I pulled the board towards me as far as I could in an attempt to make the nails on the still attached end pop out. I could see they were rusty nails, but they must have been in a long way, a very long way. Ouch! A splinter impaled me. I pulled it out at once. I didn't like splinters, but a splinter was the least of my concerns. I then moved my kimono cord down to the fastened end of the board. I looped it around the plank and pulled with all my might, but the nails would not budge. Finally, I took the free end of the board and stood behind it and then pushed it into the room as hard as I could. It was flexible and fought against me, pushing me back. I made several attempts, and finally the board itself fell free, the nails still in the wood frame of the wall. I peeked through the gap. Lorcan's laptop was still there, which meant he intended to come back. At first I was relieved, thinking that I wouldn't be stuck here forever, but then I was terrified because I thought he might come back to kill me. I had to get out of here in a hurry. Now that I had one board out of the wall, I realized that my best bet was to lever the boards off the wall, leaving the nails still in the framework. Those nails were in a long way, but the wood of the boards was starting to rot, and I figured that was a better option. The problem remained that I didn't have anything to use as a lever. My eyes fell once more on the wool sorting table. I walked over to it and looped my kimono cord around one of the slats, right down one end. I pulled it with all my might, but it seemed to be more firmly fixed than the walls of the shearing shed. I gave up after a while and decided to have a rest. Perhaps if I sat down and thought about it, something would occur to me. That seemed to do the trick. Although I wasn't able to budge the slats in the wool sorting table, I figured I could push the table really hard onto the floor. The impact might make one of the slats fall out. If not, the impact might loosen one or more. It wasn't as easy as I had first thought. The table was heavy and difficult to maneuver. I struggled with it, but finally had it sitting on its short end. I gave it a huge push, but just as I did so, a searing pain shot through my shoulder, causing me to push it in the wrong direction. It landed against the wall at a 45-degree angle. I groaned. This just wasn't my day. "Don't stop now. You have to keep going, Pepper," I said to myself aloud. I went to wrestle the table back to the floor, but then did a double take. If I could somehow climb to the top of the table, I should be able to make it from there to the wall, and then I would be able to get out. I was pleased with my plan, but for the fact that the table was quite long. I took another look at the slats. They were close together, but not so close that I shouldn't be able to get my toes through them. New hope filled me. I might be able to climb up the long table, using the slats as something of a ladder. I took off my runners and stuck my socks inside them. I was about to push them through the hole left by the plank I had pulled out, but then I rethought that. What if I wasn't able to get out? I would want my shoes and socks in with me. Finally, I tied a knot in the laces and hung my shoes over the plank immediately under the gap. That would hedge my bets. I would be able to reach my shoes whether I got out or stayed inside. I gingerly climbed onto the upright table, worried that it would fall, but it seemed steady. I stuck my fingers and toes through the slats and very carefully climbed up the ladder, bit by bit. It seemed to take forever to reach the top, but when I did, I saw the wall was still above me. I would have to stand on the edge of the table and jump to the top of the wall. It wasn't far. That wasn't my concern. I was afraid that my whole weight on the top of the table would upset its balance and it would fall down, and then I would have to start all over again. I pulled myself onto the top of the table and sat there straddling it. I carefully reached out for the wall, but it was too far. There was nothing else for it. I would have to stand on the edge of the table. There wasn't much of a foothold, and the edge of the table was uneven. I shimmied over to where it met the far wall, the higher wall. Pressing my hands against the wall for balance, I somehow managed to get myself to a standing position. I sized up the wall in front of me and jumped. As I did so, the force of my weight pushing from the table made it fall back down to the ground. I landed over the wall, awkwardly on my stomach. It was uncomfortable, digging into my stomach as it was, but I was free. Almost. Now I just had to get down to the floor without breaking any bones. It always looked easy when people in movies did it, but it wasn't easy for me. I swung one leg over the wall and then ended up stuck on the top. I fought the hysterical urge to giggle. My breath was coming in short bursts, and the top of the wall dug into my stomach. I put both my elbows over the wall and then lowered the other leg over. So far, so good. It was still a long way to the ground. I lowered myself as far as I could until I was hanging on with just my fingertips, and then I let myself go. I landed with a sickening thud, the force of my landing rolling me over. A wave of nausea hit me, I suppose due to the shock of the impact. I moved my limbs one by one. Nothing seemed to be broken. I felt quite sick to the stomach, but there was no time to sit down to recover. I walked, hunched over, to fetch my shoes from the gap in the wall. I then walked over to Lorcan's rolled-up swag and used it as a chair to put on my shoes and socks. That was when I noticed the mobile Wi-Fi device. I looked at his laptop. It was still open. He must have been in such a hurry that he hadn't shut it, which meant I would not need a password to use it. I turned on the Wi-Fi, and within seconds the laptop had internet. Just as well there was service to this remote location, although given the way the Australian internet works, there was probably far better service to this remote location than there was to a city. I opened up a new tab and logged into my email account. I sent an email to Lucas's phone and copied it to the Mugwort Manor email address. As the header, I typed, "Help! Lucas's twin brother kidnapped me." In the body of the email, I wrote, "Lucas's twin brother kidnapped me. I'm in a disused shearing shed at the end of that old sandy track that runs along the coastline and doesn't go anywhere. Hurry, he'll be back soon." I was about to press send when I thought of something else. I added, "P.S. He says he didn't murder Collier and Barnabas. He might be lying, but watch out in case he has an accomplice." I pressed send, and none too soon because I heard a car engine outside. Chapter 22. I closed the tab I had opened on the computer and turned off the Wi-Fi, and then looked around for somewhere to hide. At first glance, there seemed to be plenty of choices. There were numerous sheep pens and plenty of cupboards. While Lorcan wouldn't see me unless he specifically searched there, those would be the first places he would look when he discovered I was missing. The car engine stopped, and I heard a car door slam. I sprinted across the room and dived face first out the gap in the wall that served as a window. This time I landed roughly, although it wasn't as far to the ground. Once more a wave of nausea hit me. I rolled onto my knees and crawled under the shearing shed. It wasn't a scary place. The soil was sandy, and I wasn't afraid of snakes hiding under there, as it was light and airy. After all, this was the place where sheep were kept to keep them dry before shearing. I suddenly realised I hadn't mentioned in my email the fact that Lorcan's car was the white car with Victorian plates. Still, I was confident Lucas and the aunts would be able to figure that out for themselves. I crawled along the sandy floor under the shearing shed as quietly as I could, heading for Lorcan's car. If he had left his keys in it, then I was safe. I would be able to get away. I didn't know how much time I had before he discovered I was missing. There was an old wool pack on a stand, blocking his view of the board I had pulled from the wall, if I remembered correctly. I figured he would have no reason to check on me. That is, unless he had returned to kill me. My breath caught in my throat, and I crawled a bit more quickly. When I was outside, I carefully peeped over to look at the shearing shed door. To my dismay, it was wide open. I looked at the car. It was in his line of sight, but only just, parked as it was under the only shade tree in the vicinity. I skirted around, running bent over, making an arc to the car to keep out of Lorcan's line of sight. Finally, I was behind the car. I stood up a little more and looked through the window. The windows were tinted, so I couldn't see any keys in the ignition. I shot a look back at the shearing shed and then opened the door as quietly as I could. My heart sank. The keys were not in the ignition. Clearly, Lorcan was from the city. No one from a small country town would take their keys with them when parked in a location as remote as this. I put my hand under the driver's seat, feeling around for keys, but came up empty. Just as I slowly backed out of the car, a heavy hand landed on my shoulder.
How did you get out of that room?
A rough hand grabbed my other shoulder and spun me around. Lorcan's face was bright red. He muttered some angry words and then grabbed me by my elbow, dragging me none too gently back into the shearing shed behind him. When we reached the middle of the shearing shed, he pulled me to him.
What will I do with you now? I'll have to find some rope.
He was facing the door as he spoke, and I was facing the cupboards. He stopped speaking and froze, a look of horror on his face. He let me go at once. I spun around.
Pepper, come over here, Lucas said.
I didn't need to be told twice. I hurried away from Lorcan, but he made no attempt to restrain me. I hurried over to Lucas and flung my arms around him. He held me close and kissed the top of my head.
Pepper, did he hurt you?
No, I managed to say. I was shaking with relief. Lucas took off his coat and wrapped it around me. It was only then that I realized that my kimono had come off in my jump from the wall, and I was only wearing the clothing Aunt Dorothy had bought for me. I was aghast. I looked up to see the kimono waving in the breeze from the top of the wall. Oh well, maybe I would look back and find it funny one day. Maybe if I lived to be 500. Lucas kept his arm tightly around me and addressed Lorcan.
You've never been political. What changed?
Lorcan eyed his brother warily.
I don't know what you're on about.
Oh, political? I get it. No, I don't have a political bone in my body, as you well know. You're wondering why I'm working for the faction. Lucas didn't respond, but I felt him tense beside me. Lorcan was still talking. I'm not political. I have no biases. I work for anyone who pays me.
Someone is paying you to do this, Lucas said through gritted teeth.
Well, obviously they're paying me a lot of money or I wouldn't do it, Lorcan said. His tone was menacing, and I was worried he might have a weapon concealed on his person.
How much did they pay you to kill 2 people?
Lorcan frowned. I didn't kill anyone. That wasn't my doing.
Yes, but you were an accomplice.
Lorcan's face turned red again. I don't have to explain myself to you. You always were sticking your nose into my business, you control freak. Your little girlfriend won't put up with you for long. She's a good kisser, by the way. He winked at Lucas. Lucas tensed even more. I didn't kiss you, I said angrily. You tried to kiss me, and I pushed you away. Lorcan laughed harshly. Sure, you say that in front of him now. We both know what really happened.
Who are you working with?
Lucas's voice was steely with anger. Yes, you'd like to know that, wouldn't you? I'm not going to tell you. Lorcan bent down to pick up his laptop. He held it to him, and then all of a sudden he threw it. The edge of it hit my head so hard that I saw lights. I fell to the ground. I looked up to see Lucas bending over me. You're bleeding. He's getting away, I said in a shaky voice. In his car, I added for good measure, as I heard the sound of a car leaving.
You're my main concern, Lucas said. I'll deal with him later.
He carefully helped me to my feet. I put my fingers to my head and pulled them away gingerly. I expected them to be covered with blood, but there was hardly any. My head isn't bleeding much, I said hopefully.
No, just a little. Does it hurt?
It hurts a bit, but I hurt a bit all over. Relief washed over me in waves, loosening my tongue. Oh, Lucas, I thought you'd gone quite strange. I never suspected you had a twin brother. You never told me. Lucas stroked my hair. I'm sorry. It wasn't that I was deliberately keeping him from you. It's just that I hadn't got around to telling you my life history. Lorcan's always been trouble. He was a wild teenager, and he hasn't improved since. I thought he was still in Europe. Lucas rubbed his forehead.
Has he always been on the wrong side of the law? Lucas nodded. Pretty much. He's always resented me. He was born a few minutes before me, but I've always thought of him as the younger brother. He used to be into the party scene quite heavily, and he has never held down a steady job. He usually finds a wealthy woman and lives off her money for a while, until she discards him, and then it's on to the next woman. I was aware my jaw dropped open. He says he didn't murder Collier or Barnabas or try to kill Aunt Agnes. I do believe that, because he's the type of person to gloat about it if he did do it. The thing is, since he didn't murder them, who did? We're back to where we started from. I sighed and gingerly poked my head to see if a lump had formed. Yes, we are all out of suspects now. Lucas, could you call the aunts and tell them I'm safe? Lucas looked shamefaced. Oh, of course, forgive me. I was so relieved to find you that I didn't give a thought to your poor aunts. They must be worried out of their minds. He whipped his phone out of his pocket. Would you like to call them? I shook my head. No, could you please do it? I'm not up to a lot of questions. Sure. As soon as Aunt Agnes answered the phone, Lucas said, I found Pepper, and she's fine. I'm bringing her back to the manor now. I couldn't hear the conversation on the other end of the phone, but Lucas said after an interval, Yes, he's my twin brother, but I don't believe that he killed those people. He was working for whoever did do it, however, but I have no clue who that is. He spoke a bit more and then hung up. Pepper, your aunts say that they are still waiting for Barnabas's lawyer to call them back. Hopefully as soon as he does, he will tell us who Barnabas's relatives are. Then we'll all know who the murderer is. Lucas nodded. Quite so. His eyes twinkled. And now, on a personal note, my brother mentioned that you kissed him. I stammered. That's not entirely true. He kissed me, and I started to kiss him back. But it wasn't a nice kiss, so I pushed him away. So you knew it wasn't me kissing you? Lucas's tone was teasing, but I could tell he was angry with Lorcan. I frowned. I must have known on a subconscious level, but I had no idea that you had a twin. Now that my twin is in Australia, I think you need more practice kissing me, Lucas said. I knew he was teasing me, but I didn't mind. I placed my hand on his shirt. Do you just? I said. Lucas grinned. It's the only sensible option, really. Kissing. You and me. Right now. Just in case my brother ever impersonates me again. If he does and he tries to kiss you, you'll know at once. That does sound good. Scientifically, I mean. The material of his shirt felt rough and warm beneath my hand. For science reasons. Exactly. Lucas raised a hand and lifted my chin so that we were looking into each other's eyes. My stomach twisted. For science reasons. He leant toward me, pressing his lips against mine. My hand slipped up towards his collarbone, and his skin felt soft and warm. I wasn't standing anymore. I was floating, but I came crashing back to earth as Lucas's text tone broke us apart. He looked at the screen. It's your aunts, he said. They know who the murderer is. Chapter 23. Lucas's car was outside the gate to the property, parked down the road. I was glad that Lorcan hadn't crashed into it or slashed the tires on his way out. No doubt he had been in a dreadful hurry to escape from Lucas. I was on a high from kissing Lucas and from the fact that everything was all right between us once more, but I was worried on account of the murderer. The aunts seemed to be taking the matter a little too calmly and had refused to bring the police into it. That worried me. Lucas brought his car to a stop directly outside Mugwort Manor. I was about to get out when he restrained me. He lifted my knuckles to his mouth and kissed the back of my hand. Don't worry, Pepper. I'm here now. And just like that, I was wrapped in a cloud of security, protection, and happiness.
Still, I said, it's not my own safety that I'm worried about. It's Aunt Agnes's. What if the murderer gets to her this time? Lucas shook his head. Don't underestimate her. She's a very smart woman. They allow only the best on the council, you know. I knew he was only saying that to cheer me up, because the position was hereditary and so not based on any particular skill set. I thought back to Barnabas. Barnabas was nearly on the council, and that gives me no confidence. Lucas frowned by way of response. Let's go and see your aunts, he said. Aunt Agnes was sitting in the living room, having a cup of tea with Bella Barker.
Oh, there you are, Valkyrie. I was beginning to get worried about you. Why are you wearing Lucas's coat?
Lucas and I are about to go for a walk along the beach and maybe have a swim, I told her, and I didn't have a wrap to put over my bikini, so Lucas offered me his coat. Aunt Agnes nodded.
Quite sensible.
Where are Aunt Maud and Aunt Dorothy? I asked her.
You just missed them, she said. They went into town for lunch. There's a big 5-course meal on at the local pub for half price.
I smiled. That sounds tempting.
Yes, but I decided to stay back alone and make a nice lunch for Bella. She's been through a lot, what with all the murders here. I wanted to show her my appreciation.
I smiled at Bella, and she offered her best impression of a tight-lipped smile back. Come on, Pepper, Lucas said to me. We had better take that dip in the water before it turns cold again. Goodbye, Agnes. Goodbye, Mrs. Barker. I gave them both a little wave as we left the room.
Have a good time, you two,
Aunt Agnes called after us. Lucas and I walked into the foyer and then took a sharp left into the narrow corridor. It's here, I whispered as we approached a concealed door. Aunt Maud and Aunt Dorothy were already in the secret viewing room, looking at the screens on the wall. I had not been in this little room for ages, but the aunts used it from time to time to spy on people in the living room. Dorothy and Maud beckoned us in. Soon the four of us were squashed into the tiny space. Lucas had his back to the wall, and I was pressed against him. I could get used to this, he whispered in my ear. I gave his arm a playful slap.
Behave. We might be old, but we're not deaf,
Aunt Dorothy admonished us.
It's not the time or place for hanky-panky.
Hanky-panky later, Lucas whispered in my ear. It's a date. Aunt Maud held her finger to her lips. It's time. Aunt Dorothy pulled her phone from her pocket and punched in some numbers. Soon the landline rang. Aunt Agnes stood up.
Oh dear, please excuse me, Bella. This could take a while. It's a difficult customer who told me he'd call back now for a booking. He's quite hard of hearing, so it takes a while to get things through to him.
I saw Aunt Agnes hurry from the living room. It afforded me a good view of Bella, who was seated in a Victorian mahogany grandfather chair, directly facing the monitors that fed to the screens in the room. Aunt Dorothy hung up as soon as Aunt Agnes answered the phone. I could hear Aunt Agnes speaking in a loud voice into the landline, slowly and carefully. Aunt Maud elbowed me in the ribs. Look. Bella looked around the room furtively and then pulled something from her handbag. It looked for all intents and purposes like a perfume bottle. She leant across and poured the entire contents into Aunt Agnes's teacup. She picked up Aunt Agnes's teaspoon and gave the cup a good stir, and then set both cup and teaspoon back in the saucer. Aunt Maud nodded to us and then opened the door to the little room. Lucas went ahead of us. By the time the aunts and I reached the living room, Lucas had taken Aunt Agnes's teacup from the coffee table and had put it on the mantelpiece. He was standing between it and Bella. I expect he thought she would try to destroy the evidence.
So you're Barnabas's successor, are you?
Aunt Agnes said angrily. Bella cowered in her chair and clutched her handbag to her. Lucas strode forward and snatched the handbag from Bella and looked inside. There's no knife or gun, but who knows what poisons she might have in there, he said. I'll hang on to this. Bella looked deathly afraid, like a kangaroo caught in a shooter's spotlights.
"The game is up," Aunt Maud said. "We know all about you, Bella. Barnabas's lawyer called us and told us that you're his only known relative."
"That's right," Aunt Agnes added. "You thought you would succeed to Barnabas's seat on the council. How many more faction members are going to try to kill council members?"
Bella mimed, zipping her mouth. "I'll get it out of her," Lucas said. Bella laughed, a short, barking laugh.
"He's a cleaner,"
Aunt Agnes told her. The smile fled from Bella's face in an instant. Finally, she spoke. "When do the police get here?" Aunt Agnes tapped her chin.
"The police? You'd like that, wouldn't you? No, we won't be calling the police. This is a job for a cleaner."
Bella looked even more afraid. She gripped the sides of the grandfather chair.
"It will go easier on you if you tell us the truth,"
Aunt Agnes said in a convincing tone, although something told me she wasn't being entirely truthful.
"Was it you who poisoned Barnabas and tried to poison me?"
Bella nodded, and then shot a sidelong glance at Lucas.
"And you stabbed Collier Carden?"
I asked her. Before she had a chance to respond, I said, "That was a bit daring, wasn't it? It was broad daylight. Didn't you think you'd be seen? And how did you have time to have that note prepared? The note threatening Agnes?" Bella looked at me through slitted eyes. She reminded me of a tiger snake, coiled and ready to strike. I thought she wasn't going to answer, and I was surprised when she finally did. "I knew Collier and Barnabas had been speaking in secret, and I suspected that they were on to me. I had been listening into Barnabas's phone conversations, so I knew when Collier was coming." "What, you were hiding in the cottage?" I asked her. She grunted. "No, Barnabas always spoke loudly no matter where he was painting. I just hung around and listened to what he said. It really wasn't hard," she added derisively. "Anyway, I knew Collier was coming to the manor that day to speak to Agnes, so I waited for him. I had already put the knife through the note, and I had it in my shoulder bag. When he walked up to the stairs, I stabbed him. You appeared around the side of the house then, Valkyrie, so I just melted back onto the porch. When you saw me, you assumed I had come out the front door, but I'd been standing on the porch the whole time." I thought it over. Wasn't that risky? You had a very narrow window of time in which to stab him, and what if the aunts had been out the front when Collier arrived? A look of exasperation passed across Bella's face. "That was not my only opportunity to kill him. So what if your aunts met him on the porch? I would have killed him another time. The important thing was that he was in town, so I had plenty of opportunity to kill him. It's just that I took the first opportunity that I had. After that, Barnabas was easy." Aunt Agnes stepped over to her.
"You've been planning this a long time, haven't you, Bella? A very long time. You pretended to be a cleaning lady just to work at Mugwort Manor so you could keep an eye on me."
Bella did not respond. "What happens now?" I asked Aunt Agnes. Lucas was the one who answered. "Agnes, you will tell the police what happened and keep it as close to the truth as possible. Tell them you invited Bella to a light lunch, and when you left the room, the other two aunts walked in and saw her pouring something into your cup. Tell the police you at once removed the cup from Bella and challenged her. Say that she confessed to killing them both."
"What if they ask me why she killed Collier?"
Aunt Agnes asked Lucas. He shook his head.
"Don't think you have to have an answer for everything. Just say that she confessed to killing Collier and Barnabas. Tell them that Barnabas was a relative of hers, and she thought she would inherit something. Just keep it vague." "And what if the detectives ask me her reasons for trying to kill me?" Agnes said.
"Don't tell the police she had any reasons for you or Collier. Just say she admitted to it. Tell them that you're sure they'll find 1080 in the teacup. Her fingerprints will be all over the bottle of poison. Say that after she confessed to everything, she ran out of the house and disappeared, leaving her handbag behind." "Disappeared?
Bella repeated in a small voice. Lucas ignored her. Pepper, you weren't here at the time, okay? I nodded. Lucas turned back to the aunts. Ladies, don't call the police just yet. Give me time to get away. Go over and over your stories until you're sure you've got everything straight, just in case the police ask you to repeat your accounts several times. Aunt Agnes nodded.
Sure thing. This isn't our first rodeo.
Chapter 24. Lucas pulled out my chair when we arrived at our table in the restaurant, the soft flicker of candlelight bringing out the gold in his hair. The wall beside us was a long glass window, and from our cozy corner we could see the moonlight playing across the waves that crashed onto the pristine white beach. Lucas ordered the champagne. I was sure that chocolates were to come, and probably kissing. Yes, more kissing. I was happy with my appearance for once, too. I was wearing a silky, deep green dress which clung to my figure, and strappy heels that showed my legs to their best advantage. I couldn't be happier. I brought my gaze back to the table to see Lucas looking at me. My stomach did 1,000 somersaults. I needed to pinch myself. I actually had a date, with Lucas, no less. I had given my heart to Lucas once I had seen what lay beneath the brooding facade he presented to the public at large. I had never expected my feelings to be reciprocated. You look beautiful, Pepper. His eyes were soft. You look beautiful too, I mumbled. I could not drag my eyes from his strong jaw, his intelligent eyes, his well-muscled body. He reached for my hand. I'm sorry my brother upset you. Well, at least he didn't tie me up, I said, looking on the bright side. Lucas shook his head. No, I meant... He hesitated, as if searching for the right words. I meant he was consorting with prostitutes and kissing other women, while you thought he was me. My cheeks burnt. Oh, that. He was still holding my hand. Yes, that. If the tables were turned and I had seen someone I thought was you behaving like that, I would be devastated. His comment warmed me from the tips of my toes. You would? I would. His expression turned serious for a moment. Pepper, you know I would never do anything like that. I take relationships very seriously. I take our relationship very seriously. Relationship? I squeaked. We hadn't actually discussed anything, not put it into words. At least, not until now. Our time together had mostly been Lucas rescuing me from people who were trying to kill me. Not that I minded, of course. He did the save the damsel in distress thing very well. Lucas nodded. It's about time I put it into words. So far, our dates have been me rescuing you from murderers. I stared at him. Are you a mind reader? I was only half joking. Maybe, he said with a smile. His fingers stroked my hand, sending tingles coursing through my body. And now I must apologize in advance. This dinner won't pan out exactly the way I had planned it. I gasped. Are you really psychic? Lucas laughed and trailed one finger over the inside of my wrist. I gulped. No, it's a surprise, one I had no part in, believe me. You're being mysterious. Surely not that, I thought. How would he know? Lucas smiled. All will soon be revealed, but right now I want you to promise me you will have dinner with me again later this week, just the two of us. But it's just the two of us now. No sooner were the words out of my mouth than I heard the horrible yet familiar strains of someone singing Happy Birthday to You. I swung around to see a smiling waiter carrying a large cake. So much for our cozy corner. I shrank in my seat. No, no! How had Lucas known it was my birthday? I had told the aunts I didn't want any fuss. I didn't like birthdays, not since my parents had gone missing. I looked back at the cake again and to my relief, it was for a table across the other side of the room. I felt my whole body relax. "Pepper, your aunts told me it was your birthday," I gasped. "They didn't. I asked them not to tell anyone. I don't like birthdays." Lucas looked somewhat pained. "I know. They told me that too." He reached under the table and produced a large box of a dozen red roses. I gasped. "They're lovely. Thank you." He smiled. "They're thornless. Pepper, think of this as your birthday dinner, and then we'll have a lovely romantic dinner later in the week, just the two of us." There were those words again. Time seemed to stand still as I heard the words again. "Happy birthday to you," now sung in a failed attempt at what I guessed was meant to be a soprano. I looked up to see the aunts and Linda trailing behind a waiter struggling under a huge birthday cake. He placed the cake on a little round table next to me. I eyed it warily, but had to admit it did look delicious. I did wonder, though, what the other patrons thought of the blood-red cake covered with little black bats. I wondered if they were marzipan.
"Happy birthday, Pepper," the aunts said in unison. "We'll light the candles after the main course and have the cake for dessert," Aunt Agnes added. "Sorry about this," Linda said as she gave me a playful whack on the arm. "Shame on you for not telling me it was your birthday." Aunt Dorothy grabbed a passing waiter and enveloped him in a big hug. She kissed him hard on the cheek. "Happy birthday, dear." She clutched his head and shoved it into her bosom and patted him 5 times on his hair. The waiter managed to extricate himself. "Thanks, but it's not my birthday," he said before fleeing. Aunt Dorothy did not appear to hear. "Isn't this a lovely surprise?" Aunt Agnes said. "We're all here to join you both for dinner." "It's a surprise, all right." At least I could agree about that. "It was my idea," Aunt Agnes said proudly. "I told Lucas it was your birthday and said we should all have dinner tonight, but he objected. He said he had an intimate dinner planned for just the two of you. I said you would far prefer to have us all for dinner, given that it's your birthday." Lucas and I exchanged glances. "Remember what I said about later in the week," Lucas said in a low tone. I smiled at him. "And let's make a pact," he whispered. "No more secrets." "No more secrets," I said, as we made a pinky promise. Linda and the aunts took their seats at the table and beamed at me. "All's well that ends well," Aunt Agnes said, a smile from ear to ear. "We have faced unspeakable evils, and we have come through. No matter what is happening in the world, if you have friends and family, then you can get through anything." I looked around the table. Lucas and Linda were smiling at me. Maud was nodding at what Agnes had just said, and Dorothy was reading the label on the box of roses, thinking it was the menu. This time, I did agree. The end. The next book in this series is Witch's Spells. Pepper discovers a discarded and unopened letter addressed to the aunts in the attic. To her shock, the letter holds the secret to her parents' disappearance. Pepper can scarcely believe her luck, but the trail soon leads to murder. To make matters worse, Lucas is called away on mysterious business. But it is Pepper's cat who is the biggest surprise of all. You can find this and other audiobooks by Morgana Best exclusively at morganabest.com. You've just listened to Witch's Magic, Book 4 in the Vampires and Wine series, written by Morgana Best, narrated by Amy Soakes. Text copyright 2017 by Morgana Best. Audio production copyright 2024 by Morgana Best. You can find other audiobooks by Morgana Best exclusively at morganabest.com. Thanks for listening.